Hi, Splat Meme. Everyone tell Splat Meme happy birthday. Hi, Shaluna. Hi, Kaiko Rosie. Hi, Clover. I'm assuming that's you. Or maybe you're just saying that Clover is cute and that's not what you go by. A conundrum, to be sure. Hi, Astro. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. Better now that I have eaten food. Food does tend to improve things. Tornado warning. Warning. Wow. Well, be safe for sure. Pay attention to your radio and whatnot. Hi, Mr. Taco. Hi, Edgeware. You are Clover. Okay, good. Then we know two things about you. We know that your name is Clover and that you are cute. Hi, Mason. Thanks for the bits. Thanks a little bit less for the number of bits, but thanks for the bits nonetheless. Okay. So, I am wondering if we are going to need sendu.inc/plans up. Probably not. There's enough I can do with the camera and pausing and unpausing and stuff here that we can probably just show whatever we want to show there. Oh, Illinois. What part of Illinois? I've got some people in that are Illinoisances, as it were. And I might need to check up on them if they're nearby. Okay. Thanks. My friends ditched my movie night, so I'm coming here. Aw, that's lame. Well, I hope the nerd stuff that I'm about to put everybody through is sufficient replacement to movie night. I don't know, maybe it was a really nerdy movie. Maybe it was like a documentary or something. At least that would have been useful if this is just about Splatoon. Yeah, okay, U of I. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay. So, I have obtained winners finals and grand finals of the LAN Championship Showdown. It is completely unknown who it is that I got the replay codes from. Pay no attention to the yellow arrow on the screen. It was an anonymous donor. Anyway, we're gonna watch here. These matches are not going to be particularly even. Because for those who are unaware, blue team here is Gravity, which consists of 3 members of Team Milky Way. Milky Way being the best North American team. I can just end the sentence there. With Zero, who was the very first player to ever reach 3000 X power in Splatoon 2. By a lot of metrics, the most accomplished solo queue player in all of North America. So, this was a tournament where the teams that were assembled were the winners of local LAN tournaments, that is, in person tournaments. You actually go to a place and they have physical network connections set up between the switches directly instead of going to the internet and back. And it just so happened that New York was won by four of the best North American players of all time. So every single team got asked the question, who are you looking out for? Like, who you think is going to be your biggest challenge in the bracket? And literally every single one of the other teams said Gravity. There was one team that listed Gravity and also this team on the other side, but that's about it. So this isn't going to be close, but I think that offers us a lot of insight because we're going to see. I like that they've got the NYC tag. I didn't notice that on the broadcast. I was getting zoomed out overviews. The Team Gravity is going to expose some issues in. This is a Barbecue Pork Jambalaya is the name of the team. They're the H-Town Splashdown or Houston representatives, which is funny because two of them aren't even from Texas at all. They're going to expose some issues that you wouldn't see if this team were playing against somebody else. And I think from seeing how things are going to fall apart, there might be more to learn than there would be if this were a little bit more back and forth. I'm going to try and zoom in as much as I can on Zero when he's playing Splattershot, because that is the weapon that I play. And I want to know things that he's doing that I'm not. There was a time way back in probably like 2019 where Zero was doing these little like group lessons for shot players. And I went to one of those, and now I'm still here studying his stuff this many years later. Oh, hi, Pika. So, Pika Dave, who has just shown up in the Twitch chat, is our Zinc Mini Splatling player here. So, it's actually awesome to have you here because now I can ask you questions and learn things about what the thought process was that I would not have known otherwise. Can I just make this thing spawn by moving my head behind? Yeah, my green screen's a little bit scuffed. The lighting has never been good for it in here. And it also performs worse the darker it gets outside. So, here we are. So, to start with, looking at the comps, we have Pencil and Bucket in common. And then Gravity pretty reliably was going Ice on Pro, usually Forge from what I saw. I think there was like one mode where he switched to 96, but this is a little unusual in that Ice is best known as a Charger player, but the thing is, Q is also best known as a Charger player. I was actually kind of surprised, though, to see them not putting Ice on the back line. Maybe it's just because of what he's been playing recently, but Q... I think of Q as possibly the best flex player in North America. Possibly in the West in general. Because Q had to come into Splatoon 3 as a Charger player and into a meta in which nobody was playing Chargers. And so Q had to learn Splash. Q had to learn Flingza. And she just learned those things in like a week and a half and was better than everybody else at those things. Um, and you can say that like anybody on this team can probably do that, but Q has like actively done it recently. So I was surprised to see that Q was the one who was sitting the back line and that Ice is the one who flexed off. But again, I had that Starburst group of, your Brand, Biscuit, Bagel, Ice. They're not as high profile. Like, I don't see them streaming as often. And maybe I'm just missing them or something like that. But I don't see as much of them, and I don't see as much of what they play until like big majors happen. So if there's some recent development in what they're playing, I am probably not privy to it. Pika adding, Q also just randomly brought out a bamboo for one game. She just does whatever she wants. To be fair, if you play Pencil, the next best weapon for you is probably bamboo, just based on the skill set. Like, they are fast firing chargers. You use them mechanically in very much the same way. The range, okay, maybe E-liter, but the play style, the way you fight, I guess, with them, not really the play style, but the way you fight, I would say is probably most similar. I played with Esper, and Esper was a bamboo main for a long time, and we were trying to build a team around bamboo. And then one day we were learning, okay, Pencil's getting good now. Maybe we should try this out. We tried it out once, and literally in that one game, he was already doing better than he was on bamboo. Like, it was just so easy to transfer from one to the other. So I'm not so surprised to see that particular flex happen, but the point stands that she can just do whatever they want. Okay, so let's talk comp differences now, because Pencil and Bucket are the same here, and that just makes a lot of sense. At elite level, especially in Japan, they love the V-Bucket and will just play it everywhere. Like, you can just one-trick that weapon and you will always find a place on a team. And Pencil is just one of the best weapons in the game, has been for a very long time. Then for Gravity, they're playing Crab. I don't know exactly how active Zero has been recently, and maybe he's just acting on what his most recent skill set is. I haven't seen him at as much in top level play recently. So maybe he's getting busier with other things or something like that. But Crab is something that he would have played a gargantuan number of hours on early in Splatoon 3. And so it's probably something he's comfortable with, and Dooley's absolutely fit his playstyle. I would expect to see him on short range shooters and maybe like Dooley's or something like that, and for that to be where he's hovering around. He's just very good at those. And then Len is obviously going to be playing the Blaster. Len was probably the player I was looking at most going into this. Like, this guy could actually go and get multi-kills on Gravity. Len is a Blaster one-trick, 3k plus X powers. He has 1 Division X in Ludi. He has a result against FT win. He's got a lot of high-level experience, even top-level experience. And on top of all of that, the weapon that he one-tricks also happens to be one of the strongest weapons in the entire game right now. Blaster's got such a massive hitbox buff that I would expect going into this that he's going to be doing very well. And then we've got Pika on the Zimmy. So looking at the map mode, I think the bubble makes a lot of sense here. Bubble you use to kind of lock down part of the zone, and especially the front side of the zone if you can get it there, which prevents the enemy team from painting across it. Like, if you plop that down right in front of Q, now she literally has to just move to the opposite side of the map to be able to hit the zone at all with any of her shots. Because it's just completely in her way for an annoying amount of time. Why is Mini good? So, I mean, Pika can certainly help to answer that question as well, because Pika, the Mini player, is in the chat. But Mini puts out a lot of paint. It's a decent time to kills and with decent range. It's a bit inaccurate and not, or no, it's not. What is it they complain about? It's projectile speed. It's like not super optimal for killing things. Like the Nautilus is what you would really want if you want to splat things quickly, and for that to be the primary role. But it's not. It's also not one of those painters that's just completely defenseless out there. Like if you try to rush it down, like you'd better be doing it around their charge and not staying on their sight line, because they can absolutely laser you quickly. And so it smooths out that, I wouldn't even say weakness, but like lack of prioritization on fighting by having a little bit of range and a decent TTK. So you're getting a lot of paint, you're getting good special output, you're getting good kind of mid-range crossfire coverage. It's maybe a little jack of all trades, but it kind of, in an odd way, it's doing a lot of the same things that like a short-range shooter is doing for you in current meta. It's giving you paint, it can fight if it needs to, it's giving you a lot of special output for a lot of stuff that you would want. Mini also happens to have a bunch of kits that you like. Like Hammer is good for being able to throw things at long-range backliners. Bubble is good for the case we described here. You want to wall off the zone, or maybe if they're running a lot of like Zuka or Crab or something, you can put it out there and sponge some damage and kind of limit the effectiveness of it all. Part of the reason, actually, that Tri-Strikes are doing so well right now is because you can throw them into the bubble and nuke the bubble, and like that's part of their value that they bring. Same with Booyah Bombs. And then on top of that, you've got Tri-Zuka Kit, and and we just talked about Bubble, so. Yeah, everything to I'm reading what Peak is saying. Everything to an acceptable degree. Paint self-sufficient at great paint, self-sufficient at fighting, can kite for a long time and all at mid-range. Also, combos with Pen is a good point. So that works really well with Para. That's something that makes any weapon really valuable in the metagame right now, that it can combo with Pen. Pen does, I think it's 68 damage. And so if you get anything 32 and higher, that damage number is automatically better. So that's not to say that you're never going to see something like a Zap or a Splash, but their damage numbers do make them a little bit less attractive for reasons like that. Whereas now you look at this team, Bucket Slosh, Blaster Shot, even an indirect, all of that combos with the Pen. So even if no one of those weapons has an insanely fast kill time outside of Blaster Directs, the fact that they all combo with each other reliably, super powerful there. That's also a reason for that we're seeing so much Pro right now. Pro does like 40 or something like that. 40, 42. And so that combos reliably with pretty much everything under the sun as well. Splattershot Pro good for Clam Blitz. Splattershot Pro is good, full stop. There aren't that many weapons that are going to be like exceptionally different from mode to mode. There are a few that have very unique strengths. For example, Blaster in tower control, being able to hit her all the way around the pole, and anything with suction bombs for the same reason. Tri-Strikes are particularly good for certain objectives, namely zones and tower, for having this like relatively static target that you can throw them at that will, you're pretty much guaranteed value if you're putting them on there. So there are certain things that you'll see switch around mainly because of the exceptional strengths that something has on one map versus another. Not so much as, oh, this weapon sucks in this mode. So, like, you might see small things like a Tri-Stringer player switching to Wellstring because Wellstring pops Rainmaker Shield faster, but then they go back to Tri-Stringer for every other mode in the game. But having cited, like, all of the exceptions that come to mind, usually people are generally pretty comfortable playing almost exactly the same weapons from one map mode to the next. We don't see an awful lot of variation, I think, from either of these teams. But there are a few changes. Like, I know Zero's playing a splatter shot later, and I want to watch that for sure to kind of pick up some mechanical stuff. So, let's actually, watch the match, huh? That's what we came here to do, isn't it? So, Q is out a little bit faster to snipe. Oh, okay, so Para's not even going to snipe. Para's taking top right. So Q is taking a much more aggressive position here, where she can basically see everything, but it's a little bit easier to attack her, to get shot by, for her to get shot from various angles, because she's just a little further up, so easier to chuck a bomb up there or something, but the high ground does a lot to mitigate the disadvantage, and it seems to me like Para might get a little bit less value just for taking the less aggressive position here. One thing that's a little interesting to me about this is that they've split their team across like 3 on left and only Para on right, which means to me that seems to suggest they just want Para to stop someone from flanking right and to be able to paint right, whereas Q, they want her to be able to kill things. Like, they want her to see everything and shoot everything. Zero, interestingly, is coming out far left and a little bit behind. I don't even think he's necessarily been painting for special on the way out. Oh no, he's definitely painting a little bit as he comes down. Yeah, okay. So Zero is trying to get a somewhat faster crab tank. So it sounds like that's going to be like a special they want to use to hold down the left-hand side while they push right. So they've rolled out most of their firepower to have a fight over the top side of the map here. And right now they're realizing, okay, there's a lot of stuff looking at this. Let's get our ranged weapons in place to stop anyone from rushing forward and back off for a second, see who wins the paint war, and see who gets a special first. Where would you want to be to make the most of a crab tank? That is the most important question of using crab tank, full stop. There are some mechanical things that you do need to pick up, like how you should be firing to reliably get picks and actually control space because you're being an actual threat. But at the end of the day, the most important question is just, where are you going to use it? And there's a lot of theory to it. There's a lot of like map specific stuff to it. That's something you could write a book about. But high ground is very, very important. You don't put your crab tank in front of a wall, and this is kind of backline 101 as well. You don't want to put it up against a wall where it's not going to have access to an angle. You also need to put it in a place that it can control somewhere the opponents want to go, but isn't especially flankable. So a corner with their back to the wall is great. A corner of a map is great. Just having some like team controlled area behind you is great. But yeah, there's a lot to that question. It's like, I know there is. Here we go. Okay. knew there was a way to get this camera angle here. I could not remember what it was. I need to pause a little bit. Keep it arranged the way we had it, just for the sake of keeping it in memory. So Ice is going in very aggressively on the side here, and you can see that Miner and Len are hurt between Ice and Q, but Pika is about to peek the pillow here, and Ice is about to be in trouble. Oh my goodness. Okay. So Ice gets away just barely, and Q is able to force Pika away to stop Pika from being able to chase that. Oh, and now I'm being followed by Clover is very cute. Whoa. Okay. So we've got... It's intensified at this point. The cuteness is accumulating. The longer you stay in my stream watching me, the cuter you become. That's funny. Jeez. Somebody honked. So Ice is recovering. Pika's not able to get the pick. Len and Miner are going to be back online. Ice is actually ducking out from behind mid here. This is brave, because they're one shot to either Len or Miner. If Para had managed to catch him in this move, maybe that would work. Brand's not anywhere near close enough to help. Zero's not going to be able to help. I would expect Ice to go down here. Maybe Q can trade back. That's probably the best case scenario for Gravity here. Yeah, okay. Ice just goes straight down. So now this is going to be Barbecue Pork at slight advantage. And they can't overplay their hand. 4v3, it's very easy for someone to get traded back if you're not careful. But right now they have map control across the whole zone here. Like, nobody is contesting the right side of the zone. The only person contesting the left side of the zone is maybe Q, but if Q steps out, then Q just gets hit by Len or Miner. Bran and Zero are in a position where they can't really move forward without trading, and it's not worth it for them to trade because they're behind. So I think Len and Miner are correctly predicting they're going to back up. One question is whether Q is going to be able to set something up, because Q's in this very aggressive position here where Q can still take a shot or two, and you know, if Bran follows that up with a slosh or like there's a bomb or something, things can still go wrong for Barbecue Pork, but they're looking good right now. And they're probably going to be able to cap and give themselves a little bit more mobility for that. So they get the cap. Len gets chipped by Q and needs to not take another shot. But they play it nice and safe. Len gets enough health back and threatens an angle that Q might want to take. Meanwhile, Pika's flanking around the side here, would threaten Q if Q had not gotten out of there, so this is smart from Q. Just keeping herself alive. In reality, when I made my account, Clover is cute was taken. Oh! Okay. Yeah, I was thinking, like, if you wanted to be really petty, you could have gone Clover is cuter. A cute milady. Oh, I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there, T. That's a thing. Squid School teaches you how to be more attractive? Is this dating advice? I didn't say it teaches you. It just seemed like it was happening, you know, it was happening by osmosis or something. Like, it was just... They were farming it passively. It's passive income, guys. It's passive income. Why am I flickering? I do not wish to sparkle. Let's back that off just a little bit. I flicker still. I am doomed to sparkle, I think. 'Tis my lot in life. All right. See how I glitter. So barbecue pork has advantage here, and that's mainly off of some. Oh, wow! I don't like that camera angle. Can you move this? You can only rotate it because it's the objective key. Okay, well that's annoying. Let's back it up and see what's going on here. So Gravity does lose the first fight because Ice just overextends. But meantime, recall that Zero has put in a lot of paint into the crab tank. Ice is starting to come back now. So at this point, this is probably a good camera angle for us. Here. Okay, so Miner and Len are pushing all the way up now because there's nobody on Snipe to stop them. And if you can catch someone before they're able to make the jump across, they can be easy pickings. Bran is in a lot of trouble here. If Bran were just to be stuck here, then they would definitely go down. Zero is popping Crab here to potentially try and save Bran, and if they get a pick, Ice is going to be back in time that they can probably use the momentum and snowball that into going back and taking the zone. So, wow, and again, Bran makes it out with like 0 HP. Len also making it out with 0 HP, so they're just going to back up a little bit. The Crab... So, Ice is taking a position on the right-hand side, which is relatively safe. They've got a lot of range, so it's going to be hard for Len to get close enough, especially as chipped as Len is, to contest this for now. And so the right side is covered, and, you know, Len has to be backing up. Para is doing his best to cover on that left side, but that also means that the firepower of the Crab on right is going to clear a way in for Gravity there. They're using a special, and so you should expect that they're going to be able to take a little bit of space from that. Now, if they don't get any picks, it may still... It did save Bran. It definitely saved Bran, and it won a little bit of space, so it probably still got value. But if they don't get any picks, I could see Barbecue Pork continuing to hold. Pika ends up popping the bubble just to stay alive, although it is in a decent position on zone. That should make it kind of difficult for people to paint the zone from the other side. It looks like they've identified that Q is on the top side of the map right here, and so they can keep Q from being able to paint much of the zone. The cooler should be reachable from inside the bubble. I'm a little bit worried about the cooler being able to be camped here, but we'll see what happens. You know, with the position that they're going to be able to take inside the bubble, they should be able to stop that. What's going on with Miner? Why is Miner so low? Oh, okay, so Miner is seeing Ice pre-firing this angle and is stepping up to try and contest it, but he's already taken a shot by the time he even presses ZR once, so I could definitely see Miner going down here if he's not able to get out of there quickly. Yeah. It is a trade, though, but with the strikes coming out, this is going to make it really hard, and these are well-placed, too. It's like they're quarantining them so that they can't run forward at Gravity. They can't take the left side of the zone because Ice was watching that, and if they want to retreat to the left, there's a strike in the way, so they have to retreat all the way off the zone. And they can't necessarily stay in the bubble because there's a strike inside the bubble. So you can see how badly that splits Barbecue Pork here. Para has had to back off to the left. Pika gets run down. Pika was already pretty low from something. What got Pika there? Okay, yeah. Pika has been getting chunked by a whole bunch of stuff here. Pops this, and Pika never actually healed. Pika's at, like... Okay, maybe they're at, like, 15 HP instead of 10 HP, but... they never actually took a second while in the bubble to heal. They considered, you know... I need to put more paint and more force out on this right-hand side so we don't get run down, and was counting on the bubble to save him, and then the strikes come out and foil that plan. If you go up and then press the right stick. Up. That's not what I'm trying to do. Camera. Press the right stick. I'm literally just trying to get that free cam you were talking about. Top-down cam, zoom to move, zoom to rotate. Okay, so I should be able to just press this. Okay, okay, that's so much better. Thank you. Okay, so here's this bubble play that we just saw. Pika's stuck over there. I try to squid roll to the island, then jump out, but I generationally... Oh, okay. Okay, okay, so you're trying to get to that island to the bottom right. I see, okay. And yeah, Pika was probably going to get overwhelmed being there anyway, even if he had healed all the way up. So, I don't know. It's a tough position, for sure. Now, it's also extra unfortunate that they're able to actually get Para here on the back end of this. Like, so, Miner's down. Len is in rat mode. Para... Wow. So, this is a situation I would kind of expect the Pen to be able to win. So, I guess there's a strike. Okay, so Zero's moving in part with the strike. I think Para is, like, shooting blind for this shot right here. And it's here that he sees Zero, whiffs one shot, and then Zero's on top of him and he's down. So that was really smart heads-up use of the smoke screen. Let me double check and see that that's actually what Para was able to see, because we can look from his perspective. Yeah, that first shot was definitely intended just to paint. I don't want this overhead camera. This overhead camera is bad and stinky. Get me out of this. Why is it not letting me go to the previous overhead? Why is it stuck like this? That's what I'm pressing. ZL and right down is objective. ZL to the right is area 1 goal, area 2 goal. ZL up is top-down camera. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get to the top-down camera, but it's just... Why... Press the stick again. Okay, so this is pressing the stick. Nothing's happening. This is ZL and up. It just switches goals here instead of doing anything else. This is ZR, and that's all focused on the ticker at the bottom. this is an individual player cam, but it's like, it's stuck on this objective cam. I can't get it to do overhead now. Okay, let's try this. I haven't been keeping up since you left. What's the current meta comp? So some general trends right now. We're seeing a lot of either pencil or leader on the back line, but heavy tri-stringer and what am I forgetting? Maybe a little bit of Explo. They're seeing more of a comeback because they're high paint output. Heavy got a buff that just makes it vomit out paint. It's disgusting how much paint that thing puts out. So that has been changing things up. Like, heavy splatling plus pencil is totally viable in some cases. Short-range blasters got an insane hitbox buff that has been making them go crazy. Sloshers still very good. And then we're seeing a lot of Splattershot Pro, a lot of, like, general midline options. There's a lot of V96 in certain map modes because VAC is very good. Okay. So we're back. Now we're just never going to press objective again, and we're going to keep it on free cam for the rest of our lives. Okay, so Para gets run down here. Len is trying to rat. Len does get Q here, and this is probably worth it for Len because Len has Cooler right now. So even if Len gets traded, that's just time that Len has eaten off their Tacticooler clock. And it's not super easy for Len to just instantly get traded back in the weakened state that Gravity's in, you know, with some of their formation being broken. Although we did just lose someone else over here. Oh, okay, Zero spots a jump that we can't see because it's stealth jumped. Crazy that stealth jump works on the spec cam, but so Zero is able to get a lot of value from running Para down unexpectedly there. Para thinks that he's safe. Miner thinks that Para is safe to jump to. So Zero just gets 2 for free. And now you can see Zero responding to the call that Len is behind them. I would think he... Interesting. I'm surprised that he actually turns around and looks. Because this lets Pika get back into position here. But meantime, Ice is also cleaned up, I think. What's going on back here? What gets Len? Yeah, so what Len is doing is hiding, taken from the perspective of Bran and Zero, but Ice, on the other hand, yeah, so... spawn timers are one of the hardest things, awareness-wise, to keep track of, because, like, you look at the top of the screen and you go, okay, we splatted that guy, I don't have to worry about him. And it's hard to keep, like, a running timer in your head of how long you can afford to not worry about him anymore. Oh, shoot. Falco is in the stream chat here. Sorry that I missed you. That was a few minutes ago. Everybody, thank Falco for this event happening. Falco is the kind of head mastermind behind the Splatoon tourney stuff. So this is in a lot of ways his event. And thank you again for being an analyst on the multicast. Yeah, of course. Anytime. You run a good show. So we've had a bad jump from Miner, and then Len forgetting that people respawn in this game. I'm being facetious, obviously. That's a really hard thing to keep track of. But that's going to put Gravity at an advantage for a while here. I am a little surprised that Zero backed up in response to Len's ratting instead of pushing forward and taking more space. This is pretty conservative from him to just hang out where he's at. But let's see how this goes. Oh, and he does just kind of get picked off by Pika there. It's a little bit too fancy trying to throw a bomb and hide behind a very small piece of cover. And he's not super close to the piece of cover, so Pika has an angle. So Pika gets a pick, and then this bubble feels a little bit early, maybe? Let me see the exact circumstances where it's popped. Okay, there are a bunch of bombs being thrown, and so Pika's probably feeling a lot of pressure here. And Zero also isn't down yet, so I think this is definitely defensible now that I'm looking at it, because, like, Ice would definitely have been on him to trade this back immediately if it hadn't gone up. And the reason that Ice is so far away now is in response to the bubble. So, looking at it again, like, I get it. It is a special that we have to use to take space rather than a special that we can use to take control of the zone. So, it's something that may not have that effect on cutting their paint off. But with the 4v3 that they're able to get now, this should still probably swing back the other way. Now, Len is in a tricky spot right now because Len doesn't really have a great way in right now. Len has to kind of sit back and wait for someone to overcommit or to be able to get a lane of paint to swim through. And they have control of the zone, but Q is trying to paint the right side of it. Ice and Bran are both watching the left. Len can't just move forward for free in spite of the numbers advantage here. So this is really good containment on Gravity's part, where it's going to take something more, I think, for Barbecue Pork to be able to move forward right now. There's a cooler going out. Okay, so here come the strikes, and Pika's already moving with the strikes, which seems like, it makes it seem like this was premeditated here. So these strikes are going to come from Miner. Miner gets special right there. Insta-pops it. The cooler gets put down on the right, so everyone's moving over to the right to grab it anyway. And so Miner's going to strike more on the right side. One going after Q is important here. A strike to disallow whatever position Q is standing on always buys the front line time to swim in. Because now instead of getting shot as they're moving forward, the pencil is having to move while they're moving forward, and they'll have to recharge again, and that all is going to buy just a second or so of time, which is what the front line needs to be able to get forward into these aggressive positions. So Len is actually able to catch Q here. This should kill, which is a big deal. That's a lot of long-distance pressure taken off the map. And I'm going to swing this around to see what's happening with Pika on this side of the map here. So Pika gets this and moves up. Now Miner's busy throwing strikes, and Len is on the flank on left. So Pika moving into this doesn't have any support really, except for Para, who seems to be trying to shred the Booyah at the moment. Doesn't really have... Para's pretty far back right now, isn't really able to help too much, so Pika kind of just goes down. But Miner with a good follow-up there. Ice looks like they're in position to maybe clean this. But meanwhile, Len is popping off on the left-hand side for them. Len is getting 0 as well, it looks like. So I'm going to watch Len's sequence here. So it gets Q, and it looks like 0 is coming to try and trade, as well as maybe grab the cooler, because Q is probably calling that the blaster's weak and that they're pushing up. And so 0 comes out after him, but Len just hits those. 0 had also committed to double dodge rolling, it looks like. So Len knew that he couldn't move. So this is still Barbecue Pork favored if we can get Ice down. It doesn't matter if Ice gets Miner as long as Len can finish Ice afterward. Yep, and that's exactly what happens. So still going really well for Barbecue Pork right now. Like, Len found value on that fight there, and they're going to be able to push up. Q doing a great job of stopping them from getting into Gravity's base. That's going to force Len to do ledging and stuff instead of ledging the literal spawn. They're having to ledge, like, on this unpaintable area here. But good advanced positions for Barbecue Pork here. Ooh, okay. They actually catch Len getting in a little bit too close there. Para is trying to defend it, but it's kind of an awkward angle with Para on the ground like that. Yeah, so Len's trying to get in, and Len is really weak right now. Comes back in. And they're going to see Len doing this because Len has Tacticooler, so it's showing them off. I think it gets hit by Bran just preemptively here. Bran is probably expecting that someone's going to be sharking underneath that. And Ice seeing, okay, he's about to get hit. I can finish that. And what is this? Is that a Booyah bomb that's getting thrown there? What, no, that's not a Booyah. Is that just a suction bomb? Is that how big those are? Jeez. Oh, it's a crab tank shot. Zero just popped crab on the top right. I was like, what caused that? Okay. So let's look at how Gravity rolls out. We've got Q keeping people from getting up in the first place. Then Q rotates over to right, because once you fire shots from one spot, you want to immediately move most of the time, because otherwise they just play around you. They adjust to where you are. It looks like they spot Pika here and force Pika to back up out of their position, and they kind of bunch up a little bit. Meanwhile, all that business with Len over there is happening, and the bunching up is what leads to Zero popping the crab here. Zero realizes that's a really juicy AoE opportunity and wants to take advantage of that. So when Q takes away the one thing that's stopping Zero from setting up here, Zero's able to immediately just bomb crab, and that's going to definitely get value. It takes out Pika here. Miner should go down, might be able to trade Bran, but not even that much. So one thing I like about that is that Gravity had a plan that you could tell, like, there had to be some communication about what Zero wanted to do, because Q was already clearing the spots that threatened Zero's crab. The two things that could have happened to that crab were, one, there was already someone in the base and Zero can't get there, and two, there's someone on snipe, and Q clears both of those. So Len is going to try and make a little bit of a last stand here, but that doesn't go well. It's still 1v3, even if you are in a bubble. Well played by Gravity to not even get traded there, to just rush people into the bubble. How did they get into the bubble? Because that should be a relatively difficult place to push into. So Zero gets one, pops this. Oh, there's already a bomb in the bubble. That's smart. Because with the bomb being right on top of Len kind of has to move a little bit. And while Len is forced to move, that's an opportunity for Bran and Zero to dive into this. That's cool. It's like throwing a flashbang before you go in, you know? There is actually a lot of military tactics that does apply to this. Okay, so Miner, it looks like it just gets peeked by Q from somewhere. Oh, Bran is actually threatening it too. So Bran paints the feet, and while Miner is unpainting the feet, Q takes the shot. So just kind of following up on positions that the rest of their team is already weakened. Which is very in keeping with how they played around Zero's crab earlier. So maybe that's one of the big takeaways here. Okay. So everyone takes a drink break. Q gets into a very aggressive position over here on the left of barbecue pork. When does this happen? Oh, that's slick. Okay, so she sees that the stage is about to change and zips over so that she can be on the high ground. It saves her a ton of time getting up there from the way that she would have to do it after the water drops. That's slick. That's a cool little trick right there. And so that just gets her this quick pick on Len. So that's clever. That's map-specific stuff, but that's a nice element of surprise moment. Zero tries to get over, gets shredded for that, but then Pika gets over-aggressive after getting the 1. Some trades going back and forth. Again, trades are fine if you're Gravity, because trades maintain the status quo. Trades make it so that even if the enemy team might trade slightly advantageously, it's going to take them a good amount of time to actually be able to get back onto the zone and neutralize it afterward. And any situation better than them coming out slightly on top, even if everybody just goes down, well, you're still scoring the whole way through, so you still like that. Okay, so Zero's able to jump back in because Cooler, and they try to sneak out the right because they see that Q is hyper committed to the left. Zero's reading this and is trying to meet them there. It is a 1v3, but if he can get a trade here, that's still probably worth. Because meantime, they've got Ice and Brand back in. Ice is scrambling to get over to the other side and make sure that they don't just, like, get base swapped here. And if Ice is able to hold on for long enough, Brand can pinch pretty hard and, like, get them in this corner. So this is still a good position for Gravity, even though they've lost Zero. Especially if they're able to hold the zone through this. What does need to happen right now is they need to paint through the strikes if they want to hold the zone. Hopefully that falls more to Q so that Ice and Brand can keep them from moving up. Okay, they end up just they're not in the right positions to be able to stop it from capping. Wait, where did Pika go down? What happened there? Okay, so Pika's in the bubble trying to paint. So Pika's still up here. Okay, so after the smoke screen clears, it looks like... I want to see how Q saw this shot. It might be that there was paint coming out of the strikes, and so Q knew to aim in that direction. So Q knows from that angle. Pika's there. Okay, yeah, and they can just kind of see through the strikes, and it's way easier for Q to see Pika than it is for Pika to see Q at this point, especially since Pika's going to be, like, spamming his aim around looking for places to paint. You see how the, like, camera's wiggling here because of how Pika has to paint for this? So yeah, like, way easier for Q to see these shots and take them than it is for Pika to scramble for cover. No, not the freaking objective cam again. I wanted to go up. Okay, wait. We found a way out. How do we click in? Okay. We saved it. We saved it, everybody. We saved it. Okay. I'm a little bit lost on where we are right now. Okay, so here's the cap. Here's Pika going down. Para, meanwhile, is way off in the front corner. He's worried about Ice flanking around and wants to keep a frontliner in front of him. And right now that frontliner has been Pika up until recently. And Miner... What is Miner doing back? What the... Wait, do I have the... So they swing out to the right side, yeah. Okay, so that's it. That's in their base. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. So Miner's still back in base because they were striking. Okay, now I've got the picture. So Para is going to be painting from here and giving jumps. Zero, yeah. So this is a position where both teams are like in pretty unconventional positions. And this is largely all still happening because of the move that Q made to get on the top right that one time. Way back then, Q took a position that Barbecue Pork was not ready for, and then they responded by saying, okay, if you're going to commit that hard to this side, we're going to commit hard to this side. Thing is, them committing hard to that other side, they're still scrambling to figure out, wait, how do I play the game from here? Like, what am I looking for? What positions do I want? Meanwhile, Q has been migrating really naturally back from that top right position to snipe to a more traditional position. Ice has rotated back from where Q was to a more traditional position. And meanwhile, Barbecue Pork kind of got isolated in that corner over there, kind of getting picked across open ground. And so now they're leaving their left side wide open, which is where Zero came and snuck in. So Zero here is capitalizing on them being in a kind of chaotic shift. And he's able to just kind of get Miner here, and in one dodge roll, I believe, he's going to be in range of Para with another dodge roll to use to dodge a shot. So Para is going to need to be on point with his aim here if he's going to be able to survive this. Oh, Zero doesn't even go after him. Maybe, does Zero not know? I want to see what Zero saw there. Oh yeah, he's not even looking that way. Okay. So yeah, he's making this move, and like, because of the camera angle, he has no... There was like the briefest flicker of a laser on the right-hand side of his screen, but he's like not aware that there's someone there, and he's probably responding to a call out of someone elsewhere. Okay. So what's been working is I actually click the right stick in twice, and that's what's been getting me out of that. Okay. But they do clean Para, and I need to see how that happens. Yeah, the replay controls leave a lot to be desired. Okay. So Zero goes down here, and what I said about trading earlier is that you only like trades if you like the status quo. We definitely don't like the status quo if we're Barbecue Pork right now. So at this point, we probably want Para jumping if he can. So that's one thing where I would probably just say Para should have jumped as soon as he got that, because nothing else good was going to happen to him as soon as he gets that pick. Like, at this high of a level, your location is known the instant you fire, like, your second shot at someone. It's not even, like, by the time they're splatted, like, people are already, oh, that's where this person is. We need to zip over that to trade it back. Without any backup to trade him back, Para was gonna go down and not get anything for going down. So I think he gets that pick, and then as soon as he is able to, he probably wants to just leave. So Pika trying to hit some fall-off shots there. Not gonna find too much. Just poking at each other for now. Ice gets really aggressive here and tries to go for Para, and this is something that they punished at the beginning of the game. Ice just kind of going in without a lot of help. Just trying to find some, like, cheeky fall-off shots somewhere. So this is going to be an opportunity. We'll see how they respond to it. Now, Q is on another extreme angle, this time on the far left side of the map. And now Len is having to adjust to that. And Zero is able to come in and help out. That was a lot less free for Q. Q did need to draw resources over to the left side of the map for that to work. But Zero is good on the clean, and now this is still going to be hard for Miner. He does have a bubble to work with, but there are two different people that can duck in and out of the bubble from like opposite angles, so that might be hard. Okay, cat. Meow. It is time for me to feed him. Should I feed the cat? I should feed the cat. Okay. I will take a brief break because Romeo needs food. Here's a picture of Romeo. This is who is the beneficiary of the food. Well, he decided to come and be on camera himself. Here he is. I will show you to the... No, he doesn't want to be shown to the people. Okay, this is fine. We'll put up our substitute Romeo for now, and I shall be back. Yes, Romeo is fed. He nibbles in peace. So, based on what I've seen just now and what happened previously, one thing I want to do is I want to go back at some point, maybe now, maybe later, and look at the movement of the pencils around the map. I want to see, like, where is Para setting up? Where is Q setting up? How much are they moving? How many shots are they taking from each position before they move? My prediction right now is that Para is getting locked into place a little more often and is not moving from position to position as efficiently, as smoothly. It seems like Q is covering more spaces on the map, and like keeping them guessing more. Like, because where Q sets up limits the possibility spaces of where barbecue pork can push. And if she limited the same spot every time, they'd be able to, number one, plan around that, but number two, kind of get some reps and figure out what works. But it seems like every time they retake, they're playing a different game. And so they're scrambling, trying to figure out trades each time on the fly. And Zero and Bran have been very good at following up on those. Ice has definitely been helping when he's playing conservatively enough. There's just been a couple of times where he's gotten caught out. Now, one other thing I like that is happening here is that Pika is making a play on the other side of the map to try and maintain tempo. Because if they just play to where gravity set up, and that's all they're really trying to contest, they don't have as much control over the match. So I don't hate the idea of Pika just opening up on the zone, although that is a pretty conservative place to pop the bubble. We'll see what my opinion is on that as time goes on. But at least there's like something that they're trying to do objective-wise in the meantime. Just seeing it on Snipe, I'm more thinking that seems too easy for the enemy team to wait out and ignore, or to like shred the bubble and then be able to go about their day. I almost would have liked Pika to maybe try to go extreme left or something and do something that they can't ignore from there. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Okay. So Q ends up jumping out. Pika actually does just get picked here. Is there a trade back? So what gets Pika here? Pika goes up here, pops this. Oh, the strikes force him down. Yeah, the timing of that wasn't great, because as soon as he's got the bubble up, it's just immediately useless. And he can get Bran on the way down, but Ice is going to insta-trade that, and we don't like trades, because we don't like the status quo. So, yeah, the best out of a bad situation for sure. Like, I don't know what else Pika was going to be able to get. It's like, Bran is like the easy trade. Maybe there could have been something on the right here since Zero was already lit, but I think that's about the most you're going to get from that. Did they have Cooler going into this push? Yeah, popping bubble right in front of Bran, holding strikes. Does Bran even have the strikes yet, though? Oh, yeah, Bran does have the strikes. Right as you... So you've already committed to the play, and then as soon as you get here, Bran has like gotten strikes within the last second. That's a hard thing to notice for sure. Um, but I guess one thing that's kind of pinging my spidey senses a little bit is that you're putting yourself in this high central position when you know that a lot of your team is committed to right and that there's a lot lurking on the left where you won't have help. Um, Instead of going in centrally, I might have thought to try and actually use the cover out on left, and Bran can slosh over the top of that. What do I do if I'm Pika here? Because you want to have an impact soon. I just think that this position... I think there are other places where if you put the bubble, the strikes aren't as big of a problem for it pushing you out of them. Do you tend to get a lot of value out of popping bubble on high ground? Because I usually find that I'd prefer it to be on low ground so that it lets me move forward or back or something. You want full access, I think, to the maximum area that the bubble can protect. You want that whole full radius, both full diameter really of the circle at your disposal. And from here, it's like you can stand on snipe, and if you want to leave the bubble, you are going to be airborne and you're going to be vulnerable before you hit the ground. The moment I think it was a combination of not realizing how stacked on right they were and me hoping my bubble would shield Para behind me. Okay. So you're trying to set this up for Para to be able to move up. And here Para actually moves before he charges, so... Yeah, the bubble gets nuked before Para can even fire a shot at this point. I am interested in why Para moved back there. Maybe he thought that strikes were going to get aimed at him. Oh, okay, he's just backing up to charge ink and then going right back into it. That makes sense. And I like that there's just this kind of habitual movements to make sure that they can't get a lock on where you are. Harder to hit you if they do decide to go after you in that moment. But, okay. So, we lose Pika here, and then Miner is all on their own... Q is back. Didn't Q jump? Oh, Q probably jumped to a teammate. So Q jumps right here, lands over here, and then moves over to Miner, and Miner is out in the open. Okay. Yeah, so I think one of the stories here is just higher mobility on Q than on Para. Like, Q is taking many more positions. Like, Para is still here long enough for Zero to come back around and get the flank and still know that he's there to be flanked. And Len jumps into Para, and Zero punishes that like he punished Miner for doing this earlier. And that's going to buy Gravity a lot of time. Crab is going to make it difficult to move in. I think it's the Crab that gets Pika there. And this is game over. Yeah. Wow. Beautiful collapse at the end, too. Okay. So, what I'm going to do right now, just to check my hypothesis, is I am going to do a fast view of .Q, just to see the movement here, like how many shots, what positions. So, firing a lot of shots from here, but gets forced out, leaves. Then, oh, somebody is giving gift subs. Thank you. It's their anonymous gift subs. Thank you, anonymous person. It's gonna say Vimo 2 more times. You have been warned. There's another one. If I can live up there for a moment, I can pull everyone back to zone to paint over me, which was the idea. Bubble is generally harder to A lot harder to quickly shred when it's high up. Oh, that's the thought process. Okay. And it's like the one asterisk to that statement is tri-strikes. Because if there are tri-strikes, then you can't actually flee the scene from that position. But yeah, I get your idea. Like it's probably hard even for Q to shred the bubble at that position. Snowstar says hi, Romeo. Romeo is eating, so he's behind me about 25 feet through a couple of walls. And yeah, thanks to the anonymous donor from Sohio. Is that how it's pronounced? Or is it Sohio and you want no part in the Midwestern state? Anyway, we're looking at Q. So Q moves out extreme left over here. Gets picked. Len is able to punish that. And then Q does just go back to snipe here, but then drops off to the right, moves towards left, and then peeks right. Gets taken out again by Len. Len has been on top of her so far, making sure she can't do things. Right, we talked about this play earlier. She stops them from coming in left, stops them from coming in right. That sets up 0 to let them back in, and now she can take her snipe position here. And she hasn't been contested on that snipe position. It's always been when she's like dropped and gone to ground that she's gotten caught by Len. But up on snipe there, she hasn't really been threatened. So that might be something for barbecue pork people to take note of. That maybe that's something to throw stuff at. So now she's on right, and she does this extreme right flank, which works really well for her. Gets effectively 2 out of that. She was almost actually able to trade back that one, too. She'd been in a slightly different position, hit more shots, something like that. So she holds on from here, moves across, and then just comes back to her home base on snipe. But then she pushes up into mid. That's an interesting position to take. Like, she's seeing, I wouldn't be able to hit that from snipe, but I can hit that from here, and so she just stays down there in mid. Oh, part of it was probably she wanted to get her cooler out earlier, too. Now she's extreme left, peeking this piece of cover. She gets one, doesn't like her shots around the bubble, comes back, and Miner's still there. So there again, like, she's repositioning more. And so that's why she's not being caught as much. And this is already game over, but she's able to get something by taking a really aggressive position on front right. So now I want to watch what Pero is doing. And I expect we'll see a little less movement. But that's my hypothesis. Maybe I need to revise it. So Para is prioritizing getting the paint for cooler here, which means that while Q is already up on snipe doing aggressive things, Para's back here ensuring zone and then trying to get that paint down. So Para's hovering right side, moves over to left, gets paint for the cooler from there, and is also able to pick ice, but gets rushed down on left. So that was a move from, like, full right to full left. It does feel a little bit more like Q is rotating for fighting potential for, like, combos, while Para is rotating a little bit more for places to paint. There's hovering right side. He's going to have to move all the way away from that. Doesn't really have too much of a way in because he's being harassed from over the top by Bucket, Bran. He is still trying to play just the right side here. I wonder if maybe rotating to a different position at this point might have been helpful, just to throw the frontliners off his trail. He actually gets forced off there by Q. Now he's trying to kind of match that sort of rotation. But yeah, at this point... Oh, maybe part of why he stayed was that he had a jump coming in? And he wanted to pop that cooler for the jumpers to have it, but... Yeah, I think at least once the cooler is out, you gotta recognize that it's not safe to stay there. So that might be one place where he's staying still for too long. So he's going to be up here. There are some shots that he can take from this. But he's again staying there for long enough that Zero sees it, and the left side's open. Okay. So Pear is moving more than I thought, but I think that might still be an aspect where he can learn from this. And Q, I remember him saying that he learned a lot from watching Q's positioning and like having to fight against it. And I have to imagine that that game is one of the ones that he was talking about. I actually want to go and look at the very last game they played next and see what adjustments were made. If the lighting is funky, it's because Romeo has been pushing his face up against the lamp that I'm using over there, so it might have moved. And Pika, my thinking was I was going to get through all 6 games. At the speed that I've been doing it, I don't know how realistic that is. If there's a match in particular that you want me to take a look at or you think was good to think about, definitely let me know. Okay, we're going to do this. So I think similar theme here where Q is taking a more aggressive central position. She's not trying to rush top mid right away, which I think would be over aggressive. You see Miner already throwing a bomb to prevent that exact kind of move from happening. Bran is in a similar position but on the ground. Oh, excuse me. And I just want to watch a lot of Zero at some point here, but I'll probably do an overhead and then I'll watch Zero specifically because I want to look at Zero's mechanics and like what he's doing in fights and stuff. And that's purely for my own benefit. Okay, so Zero sneaks in on right and just gets in on Pika. Zero is still alive actually. Yeah, Zero just gets 3 off of that. Okay, so we're gonna look at what Zero did. So he bombs over there, and then this is one thing I like about this rotation is that he made his position on the other side of the map known first. Like, he threw a bomb out there and painted a bit. And then, like, a lot of the paint that he's putting down here, even if someone were to check the map, they wouldn't see an awful lot of paint going down. Like, they wouldn't see a clear, obvious splatter shot trail because the pencil and the bucket have already put a bunch of paint down here for him. So when he pops out around the side here, like, this is all with paint that he didn't have to put down himself. He's just using what was naturally put out there on the map by the rest of his team so that there's basically no warning as soon as he pops out from around this. Now, I am a little surprised that he's not being watched from here. Yeah, and he's still just trying to find where Len is. But I kind of want to look at... got super rolled the first 2 games of Grands, but maybe there's value in that in this context. I personally want to see Barnacle Clams from Winners Finals sometime later, purely out of curiosity as to what happened. Sure thing. Okay. So I will definitely go to that one, and I want to do this one as well because Zero is playing my gun, and I want to see my gun. Okay. So what's happening over here is Okay, so Bran is threatening hard on right, and that's what lets Zero get in. Okay, this is something that I really like that we've been seeing Gravity do repeatedly. Someone will pop out and fire some shots to loosen a position up first. Maybe they'll throw a bomb, maybe they'll put a slosher shot over the top, and they don't go in because the enemy team is scrambling to defend against it. They just pop back behind cover and go someplace else. But then somebody else follows up while they're scrambling. And that's how this kind of a thing is able to happen. There's like a 1-2 punch. Like, Bran set this play up and forced everybody to move, and then Zero went in. This is really a good textbook example of the Slayer Skirmisher idea that FLC draws up. You get someone to force the enemy team to respond, to engage the enemy, and then you have your Slayer slip in while they're, scrambling to put up a defense for it, to deal with it, and gets everybody involved. There might be something to think about here with the positioning, because we do end up with Miner and Pika in Len and Pika in very close proximity to each other. They're kind of bunched here. So they're a juicy target to go and try and break up, because you throw a bomb at them and they have to both move in opposite directions. So you isolate them, and you're also keeping both of them suppressed while all of that happens. Our opening positions here were awful. Yeah. Getting clumped up on low ground kind of happens to him. So, okay, what eventually gets Zero? What does Zero do after all of this? Oh, so Zero scores and then he just gets traded for it. It's... Oh my god. There we go. Okay, so I have to go to middle and then double tap the right stick. That's so annoying. I hate the camera controls here. Okay. At least we have them. So at this point... oh, shoot. So there's too much happening. I need to back up a little bit. Zero gets in, Zero gets traded. Q is taking a safer position to score from because she has individual clams, and so she can stay further back and keep scoring. So she puts a bunch in and then backs up. And wow, she can hit Miner from back there? That's crazy. She can't do that more than once, and she does end up being forced to back up. But then Pika is trying to get a pick on her from here, but Ice does what he was trying to that first time and get these shots up over the top of the Forge. Pro is a really good backline babysitter. It's one of those weapons where if you pair it up with your anchor, literally anytime your anchor isn't putting out suppressive fire, the Forge can probably find a position to shoot someone who's trying to get a sneaky pick on them. And they're also going to be further forward, so the backline can kind of just keep them in front as a meat shield. So that's a good pairing, and like it's set up well here. Meantime, Bran and Zero are trying to find a way to continue scoring. I don't know that it's going to work out for them, but we'll see what happens. Bran's here. Oh, wow. You're able to just get a bunch of clams from that awkward angle there. And so now Para and Pika, it looks like, are both trying to get into a position where they can actually stop this scoring. They disrupted a little bit. Bran jumps back. Bran jumps out of there with the... is that a cooler jump? Yeah. This is really good rotation from Gravity. Like, they're jumping all over the place. There's like 3 super jumps in this sequence, I think. So, like, Bran jumps out here. Zero jumps in. Bran does eventually go down. But Zero jumping in, like, puts him in a position to get a pick. Because he's probably anticipating that they're going to want to run forward, and so maybe he can sneak up. But also, he knows that there's a lot of attention being dragged over to mid by, like, Q and Ice, so this might still be a sneaky thing to do. Oh no, he's just there. This is also really good cover fire from Q. That's the part I was missing. I was like, why is Zero able to do this? This is a 2v1. Q pins Miner down. Len doesn't have any pain at his feet, so he can't go after Zero here. And so Miner just goes down. And what gets Para? It's probably Bran, but let's see why Para's in this position. So Para goes up to try and hit these angles. Ice is painting his feet a little bit. Oh, Ice actually just gets that angle. Okay, that's what happens there. So Ice and Q combine here to get Para. Q is painting the right side, and then Ice is painting the left. And then Ice just runs away from Pika, because Pika's trying to drop down and pinch, but what Gravity wants is to move towards the basket, which is away from Pika. It looks like a bomb goes out from someone that gets Bran on the way, and that slows things down, but... like, Pika is just kind of alone here. I think that's a position where, like, Pika wanted to maybe hold ground and just chill until, like, Len was able to get back in. Because it looks like Len jumps to Pika. What's going on? So yeah, Len goes down here. Or no, jumps out here to stay alive from Zero. Zero just hunts him all the way down. If Pika and Len stay together there, I think that probably goes better. I don't know that... maybe Pika was just worried that scoring was going to continue to happen if he didn't push. When did the basket close? Okay, so that's the last score that goes in. So Miner goes down here, Para goes down there, Pika drops, Len jumps out. Yeah, this is where the basket closes. I could see Pika worrying that, like, scoring is going to continue to happen if he doesn't drop here. Although, I think at this point, maybe you do back up. You know you've got someone jumping into you. Because if they're together a little more, they can probably 2v1-0. But Pika runs into a group of players, like 2 or 3, and Len gets his jump camped. So now Gravity has control in the basket. And it's getting zooked. The vac does come in to go down. Ooh, and Pika isn't actually able to catch the booyah in the vac there. But was that just because someone was threatening the vac in the meantime? This is his Q right here. So yeah, I think the Q kind of shifts the target of the vac away from Ice just a little bit, and maybe that's why that worked. I want to see Pika's perspective too. Oh, Pika's worried about someone beneath, I guess? That is, yeah, this, I would have thought to try and keep... Maybe Pika just thought that the booyah was still going to get caught. Ooh, didn't notice that the clam went down too. Alright, so... we're still in recovery mode. Para... Ooh, I don't know why Para's moving up. I don't think that's a time where Para can move up. Zero's been pushing up as far as they've been letting him. Yeah, we're taking space that we do not have rights to yet, and getting staggered for it. At this point, we've got Pika out here, and we need to make something happen with that position. So Pika drops in. Nobody goes with him, though. If this was called, then I feel like this is either Len and Miner needing to let everybody know that Zero's in the way, or Pika, I don't know, helping with Zero or something. It is kind of a dropping off a legend to enemy ink moment, but it's something where it looks like there's a play being called. It looks like there is a plan here, and some part of the plan just doesn't fall into place. Like, clearly, Pika sees an easy pick on Bran. Doesn't actually manage to hit the shots here, but, like, that should have been accompanied by something. And I think, like, having two people very cautiously looking at Zero isn't what that something needed to be. So Len does manage to clear this. This is a crazy drop from Len. I'm surprised they're not collapsing on it right now. Bran is doing a really good job of, like, baiting and kiting people here. Like, a lot of people have fallen into the Bran trap so far. Ice just kind of dives in. This is a... Okay, and Zero's here to trade, but Pika gets it back. That is probably the biggest mistake that I've been seeing from Gravity in these matches, is Ice will sometimes just kind of go in without seeming like there's much support for it. And you guys did manage to punish him for that pretty much every time that we've seen so far. Len is able to magically get a trade out of that. And Pear is able to help secure the trade. We like the trade there for the most part. Obviously, it would be much better if Pika were able to survive that, because then Pika's already at their goal. But I think the trade is still good because it establishes Para on top mid for what might be the first time all game. And you've got paint control in mid, so it's gonna be hard. There's Ice running in again, so that allows for that opportunity. Now Miner and Len can push up. The strikes going out there, honestly, if I'm Miner and Len, I might just say screw it, let's go fight them. You have numbers, and if the strikes get thrown in a specific place, you just emerge out of a smoke screen and you start shooting people that aren't expecting you to shoot. So Len doesn't have any support there. It looks like we're both looking at Q on this side. It's like we have to stop this from, like, becoming a flank angle, but we also lost all of our momentum toward their ramp this way. Pika's going up by himself there. So it does seem like there's maybe a little bit of, like, maybe Pika's calling a fight, but is immediately playing on it instead of playing on it when the teammates are ready to move in with it. Okay. So we just kind of bail and reset, which is probably wise. I love the positioning of those strikes, because that gives Q and Zero absolutely nothing that they can do. I talk a lot about what you used to do with suction bomb rushes, how you would throw them one forward, one back, then one forward, then one back, then one forward, and you'd kind of put them at an angle so that you're going kind of like forward left, back middle, forward right. So that the third one is going in the place where someone would want to have moved to dodge either of the first two. You're kind of like trapping them in the middle of it all. In limited stage geometry like this, strikes just absolutely prevent anything from happening in that area. Now, this is the time where you push. This is the time where like you drop on ice. Like something needs to happen as a result of that huge play that got two people out of the fight. So we get ice. We kind of zone the rest of them out here. We just sit out the Zuka. And Pika gets picked by a Q, I think. Is part of the problem that you guys are getting out painted? Because, like, I'm looking at how painted mid is right now. Like, gravity doesn't have to do much to know where you are. There are only a few places you could come from here. So yeah, Q's just going to spot that. I think Pika's getting baited into going for fights a lot here. I think they're trying to play, like, Slayer Gal. But, like, looking at the comp, like, Bucket paints well when it's pushing, when it's fighting people, but it doesn't generally paint well in a supportive context. And you also have a blaster. So this is putting a lot of pressure on Para to put down all of the paint on the map. And on a map that's this big, where you have to play both sides, you don't really have that. So it might be that we just kind of need Pika to be painting a little bit more to make these positions safer to aggress into. Which, like, obviously, you know, you're behind this much, you want to make something happen. I could see that being hard to try and justify, but just very visible right now. Okay, Len gets in, and Len should be able to threaten Q here. Len gets one, pops the bubble, and then just leaves, which I think is smart, because Ice is immediately inside this, and it looks like that's kind of been their MO this whole time. I want Miner pushing up with this, though. Like, if Len is going to be going front right, like, where is Miner right now? Is he back to throw strikes or something? So Miner and Len are in the same position right now. Miner rotates to the right side, throws a bomb. He's a little scared of Bran on the right. But, like, yeah, there's bombs coming. Oh, and there are strikes in the way. Okay, so still, like, once Len gets Q, I think I want to see Miner moving. Because Bran, you know Bran is going to drop back to fight Len. And now Miner's just too late to do anything with this. Ice goes and tries to pick Para. Doesn't end up hitting his shots. You know, yeah. You shoot for the king, you better not miss. Goes down here. Oh, and Miner just found Zero, which they should capitalize on here. Zero does a little bit of sneaking, and Miner gets picked in the meantime. Miner kind of overstays there. Miner doesn't really need to do anything after that other slosh, because Miner's sitting with his back to the entire enemy team while he's going for this angle. He hits him once. It's right there. At this point, like, he's also swimming back. Like, he doesn't need to keep fighting. He can just leave. But at this point, he's going to get pinched. Okay, the Vac here to try and save Len, but the Booyah keeps Ice alive. Okay, good job on Pika winning the 1v1 there. Meanwhile, Bran is in the base. No longer in the base. Pika doing what Ice has been trying to do all day with the cheeky mid-range shots onto the backliner who wasn't paying attention. It's a play that Squeezers used to go for all the time back in Splatoon 2. Tried and true. But Zero is here to pick it up, and if Zero can get one more, then they're just out on top of it. But if they're able to clean this, yeah, they're out. Oh, no, and Zero has Aura, too. Oh, no. Oh, no. And I was worried that that might happen just because we had two weapons with a very slow fire rate trying to fight together at very close range. That's all it takes is for one of them to miss once. And the shot can probably win those. And so Zero is immediately, like, up here, just holding them back. And, like, the Zookas aren't really getting anything, but they are keeping everyone back enough that now you get a second special and Zero can just zip in there. Zero's, like, able to move on these things. He's kind of playing like Volty does on Alliance Rogue with the Tri-Strikes, where the Tri-Strikes go out and he's immediately, like, in there, in the strikes. And this is something that, like, the movement forward, the fast pace to, like, get up this ramp and to hold while waiting for the rest of your team to collect the points you need to score. Because, like, they have 4 clams right now. Like, this is not a scoring push, but they're controlling the space. And Zero is trusting that if he buys space for enough time... Oh, man, does Zero win this? Oh, he trades. That's about as good. So now Q is up over the top. Like... And they don't even need to score either. Like, they spent their time collecting themselves to maybe be able to do it eventually, but also, if they can't, this is still space they're taking away. So, I think based on how this goes, I would say one criticism I have of the comp is that it's, on Barbecue Pork, is that it's slow. Blaster obviously is fast at slaying, but it's not fast at moving. Same with the Bucket isn't even particularly fast at slaying. And then 96, like, if you hit a 2-shot, yes, it slays quickly, but that's not something you always want to rely on, especially with such a slow fire rate. None of these weapons are, like, amazing at storming ramp. Whereas, like, a splatter shot can paint a trail for itself quick, get behind that pillow. It can have a Zuka ready to get, like, immediate impact further out in front of it. Like, they're able to accelerate off of a win in mid a lot faster. For Barbecue Pork, we need, like, a Vac to get up that ramp. We need for Len to sneak a bubble in. We need strikes or something, just to clear that space there. So maybe if you're able to, like, play it at your pace and keep control for that long, but it always felt like when we got up to ramp, there was something that went wrong or got in our way. So let's go and look at that Barnacle Clams match. My Vac ended first. Yeah. Whoever Vacs first loses. It's a game of chicken. Alright. Here's that Barnacle match. So this is from Winners Finals, I think. Okay. Oh, I forgot to go back and look at Zero's mechanics there. That's something that I want to... That was probably a good match for me to go watch, but I agree. I think it showed most in us just being slower to get to positions. Yeah. Okay. So here we're back on the Zimmy, and Zero's back on the Doolies. Otherwise, pretty similar comps, and I think similar ideas for the like this. These are exactly what they were playing on zones, right? Yeah. So, and that's kind of what Clam Blitz is. You're just playing zones with a bigger zone, or no, not there with a bigger zone. It's that there are like 5 zones. There's the 2 baskets, the 2 stacks, and mid. And you kind of play in that order. Okay. So Para taking bunker, which has continued to be a theme here of like Q taking a more central, more aggressive position. Para taking a slightly further back, more supportive position that sees one side of the map. Para rotates up to the same position that Q is in now, so now they're roughly symmetrical. Zero is just painting for Crab, but meanwhile, Ice and Bran are doing things. Like, they're getting up on the left side. I want to see how that push goes. Don't really have any weapon that moves quickly, especially without turf. Yeah, like, I think an aspect of the game, of weapons, that is undervalued in discussion is speed of forward paint. Like, one of the things about shooters that was so good was just that they put a line down in front of themselves really quickly, and then Splatana Wiper just blew everything out of the water with like one flick, and then you have more than a splatter shot's range to swim through. Like that in Chargers are kind of the gold standard for this, for just being able to paint, move, and macro scale traverse the map quickly. So I want to look at what they're doing down here. So Bran is sharking the back wall, gets spotted out, but tries to threaten peek it anyway to be able to hold the position. Ice is doing that thing again where he's trying to shoot the backliner, and he's doing it right in front of Len, so that gets traded. But meantime, Bran is able to support enough. Why is Len this far forward? Why does Len... Because Len could be just back up on stack right here. Okay, Len's doing a really quick rotation. Oh, it's because Len had this specific path painted for him already. And okay, so what's happening is, like, Bran has already been located. Pika calls that Bran is there. Len comes over to try and AoE Bran out of there before Bran can move. But I think Len is counting on Pika to hold Ice... to hold, like, that right side. They probably don't know that Ice is there, but Len is counting on Pika to protect that right-hand side, I think. And so when Ice shows up, Pika has been harassed by someone here. What's damaging Pika? That's not Bran, is it? Yeah, like, it's not Bran that's hitting Pika there. It's actually Ice. Okay, so Ice is actually going after Pika. Len is going after Bran. Len changes his mind. Ice changes his mind. They shoot each other. Okay. What a beautiful game we play. So then they both get cooler. And now, since Zero has been spending this time farming for a special, he's got the crab ready to go. Miner has probably been looking for some pushes here and has not quite gotten special charge just yet. So yeah, Miner's trying to do a very similar thing over here, but the difference is that Zero threw a bomb, and now that's making it much harder for Miner to retake that position. I think that's a great illustration, actually, of the difference between Toxic Mist and bombs. Like, FLC was always super critical of Toxic Mist. So, like, Toxic Mist, yeah, Bran's got to move eventually, but he can stay there for a minute. And he, like, stays in this position. But as soon as Zero threw a bomb on the left, Miner was just like, I don't want anything to do with that. So we're going to watch this engagement over here and compare it to the Toxic Mist thing. Yeah, a couple bombs get thrown, and Miner's like, okay, that's being watched. Is it being watched? Ice threw one of those bombs. He ends up trading on the opposite side of the map. Zero threw the other one of those bombs. He's painting. But Miner's just, like, scared. Like, people might be watching. I guess there's a fight in mid. Okay. And all this time, Zero's been getting special charge, and Miner has been not as sure of what to do. This is a brave push by Miner. I'm surprised they didn't see him. Yeah, he does actually get Zero there. Oh, wait, it's not as brave because Pika's doing things on the other side and I couldn't see. Okay, so meanwhile, after the trade happens, Pika is flanking, and that's why Miner is feeling so comfortable going over this way, because he knows that, like, Q is going to have to look at something. There's a bubble going up on right, and Miner's able to get Zero. Pika trades Bran, which is totally worth because they like the status quo right now. Ice jumps in and dies, and Q is trying to help Ice, but Q is going to get stuck, so Q has to jump. So, great first engagement, honestly. There's an initial trade, and I like that Zero gets set up with Crab a little sooner, but Pika, in the meantime, does get a bubble and uses that to maximum effect, spotting that there's nobody on the right-hand side. So that was a great play there. Bamboo's speed of forward painting is something that annoyed me a lot when I mained it. It's like, it's good at it, but you have to take a second to be able to... I guess you have to get a full charge, don't you? It's like full charge, fire, then swim. So yeah, I could see that. You're standing still for a long time before you can move. Also, hi Clam Blitz. Looks like it came just in time. Yeah, this is actually the second Clam Blitz match that we watched, but yes, we are here. Okay, so Zero has managed to sneak out, and I don't think anybody knows. They're looking for it, but they're not ready. He just gets Len, and he can dodge Pika's charge here. Ooh, and Pika puts himself out when Zero's been able to heal again. So after Miner goes down, I think you need to sit back a little bit further away from the corner to be able to use your range. Like, the worst case scenario there is that Zero just backs up and gives you space, but what you're preventing is you just kind of going down for free. So we totally lose everything except for their stack, and now they have people on every angle that are here to be able to retake it. So good play on Zero's part. What we needed to do there on Barbecue Pork was just have that right side locked down sooner so that Zero couldn't get out. Okay, so we get a trade, which again we don't like. Get another trade, which we don't like. Len is playing dangerous games here, but he is also making them think twice about moving in. But at this point, Gravity's also able to do a couple of things. They're able to get clams. They're able to get pop specials. So they're okay with not diving in right away. We do catch... Okay, a lot of stuff just happened in, like, half a second. Let's back up. I've heard we're reviewing my games. Yeah, we've been hard VOD reviewing a bunch of matches from Grands and Winners. Yeah, Clam Blitz does happen to arrive when there is Clam Blitz happening. They're good at that. Okay, so what does Barbecue Pork do? And you could go back and watch the VOD anytime you want, Para, but main things that I was seeing was, especially on that Mahi game, but even throughout, Q was doing a lot of like rotating to extreme sides of the map and generally taking a more aggressive central position on rollout than you were. And she was rotating positions pretty efficiently and consistently. That you were definitely moving around and like keeping, making sure you're covering multiple angles, but there were a couple of times where they caught you standing still a little bit too long. Just a couple of times where maybe you didn't have the backup or you had the same angle for long enough that Zero had time to just flank around the other side. So little things like that. Early on, Len was really keeping Q in check, but she started finding places that he just wasn't expecting her to be. Okay, so Miner goes down to ice there, but I think everybody's getting traded here. I wish there was a slow motion option. It's like, what started this? So it starts with Miner going down. And it's not there that Miner goes down. Okay, so Ice jumps forward, picks Miner here. Pika trades Ice while Len goes and gets Zero. So this has been in Barbecue Pork's favor so far, even though Miner was the first one to go down. Thanks to Len just spotting a shot on Zero and popping Bubble. So now Len is working to clear stack. Q has already made it out. And this is one of the things about what Gravity did when they, instead of pushing in, they sat in mid for a second and consolidated. Now they have all of this paint coverage. And even though it's 2v... it's only 2v2 right now. But, like, Len can't push in. There's no way in. Even if Para paints across mid, it's just going to get unpainted before Len can get anywhere. So this bubble doesn't really... They're kind of waiting at the bubble, and it's not doing much good except to maybe get jumps later. So Len tries to get in. Bran just jumps out, not wanting to mess with that, and now they have sloshes over the side. Ice. Where did Zero come from? Wait, why is Zero there? What? When did that happen? Okay, so Zero just kind of swam across mid. Used the cooler for some concealment. I'm going to test out some of the positions she was using on Mahi. Notice the same thing. Need to add to my rotations there. Yeah, so there was one really cool one she did where right as the water changed, she was in position to get on the platform as it rose up. So nobody was going to expect her to be there unless they knew that trick. And so she just kind of gets a free pick on Len that way. And there's a lot that I said about that. Like, definitely go watch that Mahi game. There's a lot that I talk about the pencils there. Okay. So, big trade, 2 for 2 happens here. The problem for barbecue pork is just that they don't have as much paint. So Gravity is able to hold mid without having to contest the bubble. They're not, like, forced to go in and fight that or anything. They can just wait for the bubble to run out and wait for their teammates to jump back. And they will still have an advantage when their teammates come back in. I kind of want for Para to be painting more widely across the map here, because they're only really covering one angle. And Zero kind of just gets to come in and do whatever he wants here. So I think Zero does actually get beat here. Combination of Miner and Len. But then what's blowing up there? Is that a bomb? What is Bran doing? Okay, yeah, there's a bomb. No, wait, that's later. Oh, so Ice threw a bomb there. Double bomb. Frankly, barbecue pork outplayed in the fight, and just Pika didn't notice the bomb. Len jumped in. Double bomb happened, and now Gravity are in the lead. That's all that was. And Ice is going to be able to clean that because he already knows Miner is there and knows that Miner is weak from the fight with Zero. Yeah, that was just unfortunate. And Para, I don't know that this is a thing that the pencil can do here. Yeah, the rough part there is that we didn't kill Ice by the time they got to the bottom of the ramp. Because now Para doesn't have an angle that Ice can't also hit. So at this point, it's kind of over, and I think, honestly, there, Para could probably cooler jump out. Could either swim behind the cover or could swim off the ledge and be super jumping while falling and hope that... Because it's like Bran and Q. Q might be able to hit those shots. Bran is at most going to hit a single slosh. But they're also kind of focused on scoring. So you might be able to jump out that way and get away from Ice. I don't like Len dropping that early. Dropping off a ledge into enemy ink, 1v4, that's staggering the team. It's like, maybe the idea is to keep them from getting in as deep as they could otherwise, but also you can only control that space if they can't get you out of there. And like they have a bucket, they have a pen that can take an aggressive angle if they want to. There's a lot that can go wrong with that. Miner also just dies to the Booyah Bomb. Like, that probably didn't need to happen here. It's like, Miner... Yeah... It's as soon as Miner decides to try and go right that Ice is like, hey, come look at me, haha, you're on unimpaintable turf now, and this Booyah is just going to kill every time. So, we wanted to kind of assemble. Once the Booyah was up, we needed to wait that out. And we're still staggered. Pika coming up huge with 2 there, like, that's... If Pika doesn't get these 2 here, this could easily just kind of go to KO, because we're staggered yet again, if that happens. So Miner is able to put some pressure on that sets up the kill on Ice, and then it looks like Pika catches Q not looking and scoring instead, finds a good angle. Zero's going to get forced out. So that could have been a lot worse. We had Len stagger in, we had Miner stagger in, Paris staggered by staying out too long. All of that happens before we get this double and get control back. And now there's Crab. That's a little bit of an optimistic Crab. If I was expecting someone to be, like, protecting it, like Bran and Ice to be trying to maybe, like, move and cover an angle and fight with it. With Zero just being there by himself, that Crab dies every time. So this fight, we really do our darndest, it looks like, to not trade back and to just get the fight win clean. Good bomb there. Miner's noticing that there are 2 here. Len and Pika are rushing up to try and help. There are only so many positions to take. And Bran, I think, is able to trade Len back? No, yeah, trades Len back. If Pika gets this, just barely doesn't get the spot of ink to stop Bran from moving there. Like, definitely the right idea. Just tough there. And Para is able to force Bran to jump, which is not the same as getting the pick, but it does stop them. I like that Toxic Mist. I hope that you're able to fight Zero in time. If not, the Toxic Mist wasn't worth it. Yeah. And Miner... What happened to Miner? Okay, so Miner swings around the side here. He's trying to cut Bran off, but then he's on an open sightline with Q. This is a cool angle that Q takes here. This is really good for shooting across this way. I think Para stood here for a little bit earlier, so he probably knows about it, but Miner's just kind of dead here. There's not much Miner can do to that. Oh, Miner actually doesn't go down to that. Miner goes down to Bran. Okay. But I'm surprised Miner moves forward there. You might want to, like... Because Miner doesn't need to be on an open sightline. Miner could just hit over the top of cover, and then at least the first shot is hitting from concealment, and Bran has to figure out where it came from him to throw a shot back. Here, Miner's just, like, visible. It's maybe a little too far forward there. And then Pika trying to help Miner, but goes down. So now it's 4v2. Hera needs to get out of there. Hera can't get out of there. Len is able to rat a little bit, but this is going to go down soon. And Q is actually playing so aggressively right now. Yeah, almost gets punished for it. Like, Miner hits once, and it's only because the cavalry arrives that Q gets out of there, but that was a good hold. Like, I like it when chargers hold in a position where they know, like, I can fire 2 shots from here, and then I need to leave. Like, that's the kind of thing that Q does here. Like, Q can't 1v2 Pika and Miner, but Q can make them have to back up or stay back long enough that the rest of the team can assemble around it. Ice runs in and goes down, so no scoring push here. Zero wasn't really able to get too much done there, which might be in part because of the bubble. And we should be able to clear this. One thing I am noticing, and this is something I've been saying for a while, cooler jumps. Everybody needs to learn cooler jumps. If you've got cooler, one of your escape route ideas should be jumping out to a teammate. That's something that Gravity is getting so much value out of here that I'm not seeing anywhere near as much, or even at all, out of Barbecue Pork. Ooh, Pika went down. Was it peeking a bomb or something? Peek, a bomb. Oh no, it was a bomb off the bubble. I need to back up a little bit and see what happened there in mid. So bomb off the bubble. Len is stuck out in the open, trying to paint his feet, realizing he has to leave too late. And Zero's able to clean that. Para also goes down to 0 here, which seems like it might have been avoidable. How does Para get up here? So Para's setting up. Oh, Para's looking at left, and then Zero comes from right. That's what happens. Tries to jump, doesn't get out. So that's something that Zero's been doing really well. Zero has been, like, noticing there's commotion on this side of the map. I am going to wait until resources from the enemy team are drawn to that commotion, and then go in from the opposite angle. And as soon as he sees, for example, Para's laser looking the other way, that's when he's pushing it. That does put a lot of trust on his teammates on the other side of the map to be able to stay alive and, like, trade evenly and everything. But they are playing weapons that are good at doing that. You know, they've got decent range. They can kite. They have Q watching them. And so that's creating really effective smoke screens for him to get in. Miner trying... Again, we're trying to drop left before we have help. Like, there's a lot of staggering going on early here that just feels really dangerous, especially against a team this strong. So it's like, we're 2 down, we're 3 down. Miner... There's a couple sloshes. Sees that they're... Oh, Len actually went down to a bomb. Okay, so Miner thought he was dropping with Len. That's what happened. Then why does Pika go down? What happens there? Gravity's insanely consistent with cooler jumps and playing around cooler in general. Okay, so Pika goes up here, announces that he's here with the Toxic Mist. And he does take another angle, but Q is just there. And this is not a position that Q took earlier either. Okay, so Q's the one who scores the power clam, and then she just rotates up to here and peeks this. Okay. So, yeah, like, that's another one of the strengths of Q taking multiple positions. It's like every push that Gravity gets, you're having to play a completely different game with completely different options because of where Q is standing. Before, Q was, like, on the ground scoring. Now Q is up on the ramp instead. And maybe that was a position that she wanted to take all along, but, like, you guys hadn't seen it, so this probably surprised you. So now Miner, is committed to the drop. Does manage to trade Bran, but again, we don't like trades because we don't like the status quo. Then gets the jump out of there. That's good. Man, Crab is brutal here. At this point, it's desperation. You kind of have to stop the push because Q has enough clams to end. Yeah, so that's how that's going to go. Definitely some staggering on the defenses is the big thing that I would say to Barbecue Pork that was different from the other games, too. Retake on that map is brutal. I'm not a huge fan of Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz, specifically in that part of the map. I think the middle of the map is great. Like, everything from basket to basket is super good by Splatoon 3 standards. But as soon as a team has control of the basket, that's when it really gets gross. There's not a great way for the defending team to get out. You need some kind of plan to use specials to get a foothold at all, because the left side, you have to go off a one-way drop into probable enemy ink. The enemy team has probably done something about the high ground up there. They're not going to let you get in there that easily. The right side has that glass and has that drop through a grate. So, like, the enemy team has warning whichever way you try to run at them. So, excuse me. There needs to be some kind of a plan to get a foothold first and then be able to push the other side later. My general approach is to just try and brute force back top right side so you have some kind of crossfire and keep them from walking into spawn. It doesn't feel good. Yeah. I think that works better if you have one more thing looking right. Maybe you have, like, the pen looking across the glass. Maybe you have strikes to go out with, and then you run your weapon over. Because you did clear it effectively the first time when the pen wasn't there to stop you. But another thing is that if that's going to be your plan, you can't have your frontliners dropping and dying on left right away. You need them to wait a little bit and then to go out when... And it's, like, hard because they want to deny Zero from getting Crab on top left. So they want to drop out and stop that from happening, but... I don't know, maybe you try to bomb it instead, or maybe instead of putting the pencil on right, you rotate them to left, see if it can stop them from going up the wall. I don't know. But that is a hard problem, and that is just a place where maybe the answer is don't let it get that bad to begin with. Maybe the answer is just, like, get out when things are going south so that you can stage a defense before they get in that deep. But, yeah. Tough matches, obviously, and for all the criticism that I'm making, I hope everyone understands, number one, all of the players I'm criticizing are better than me. And number two, they were playing against possibly the best group of 4 players in North America that you can put together. So hats off to them for all of it. I need to get some water really quick. That was 4... Oh, right. I do want to go back and watch Zero's shot game. There might be more than one, and if there's more than one, I want to watch them. I want to look at the mechanics of it. But I'll be back in a sec. I'm just going to be getting water. Yeah, I know you won't, Para. I teamed with you. Okay. This was the one, right? Yeah. So he's on dualies there. That's Dooley's. Dooley's. Man. Splattershot's so cool, Zero. You should play it more. Okay. And we already broke this game down quite a bit, but I want to look at specifically what Zero is seeing and what he's thinking here. So we talked about this play at the beginning because this was just the critical thing to look at in the match. What we don't see from this perspective is that Bran gets a really good slosh that interrupts Pika and Miner's plans. And in the meantime, what we did see is that Zero put out indication that he was on the left side. He painted a bit and threw a bomb, and then he swam to the right side through ink that had already been laid down by his team. Like, what he's swimming in right now was put down by Q to enable this to happen. And Bran is the reason that Pika and Miner are not looking at him right away. And at this point, we know that Len is here. Len doesn't see Zero, and Zero doesn't see Len, but then he's like, oh, they're going top mid? I got this. So, that wasn't so much a mechanics thing as it was just having a good route and hitting the easy shots when the people weren't looking at you. But sometimes that's the best way to play the game. Okay, so here, there is definitely a possibility Zero dies here, but I think he's counting on Miner to be looking at... Who is it he's jumping to? Bran. So he knows they're looking at Bran. He knows that Bran is alive for now, and so he's shooting at the guy who's shooting at his teammate. And one of the cool things that he does here with the cover is he jumps and moves left. So as he's airborne above the top, he can hit shots, but as soon as he lands from the jump, he's behind cover, and he's getting further and further behind cover the further left he goes, because he's going to fall further and further down around the cover. And if he misses those shots, well, he wasn't going to be able to stick around in that spot any longer anyway. Len is going to be able to hit blaster stuff over the top. There's a bomb underneath him. So it's kind of giving him a timer to hit his shots, but that time is all that he had anyway. So I think that's a really cool move. But then he dashes back in on the expectation, I think, that Len won't see it coming and that he's going fast. Now, he saw the direction that Len jumped, and so he's probably anticipating, wow, did Q see and call that out, or is Zero just a mind reader? Alright, it was Ice, I think, who be there. So here's Ice. Ice is trying to clear that top area here. Hits one. Ice calls that there's someone there at that point, but like right here, I'm giving you just a second so that I can switch over to Zero and see where he was at this time. Yeah, no, like, Zero just kind of reads that there's going to be someone here, I think. But, like, how did anybody else know? He's just, like, judging based on where the super jump landed. Or, like, what angle it was going off. That's crazy. Realized today we had 3 V shots in top 4. Ooh, cool. We had heard it. I don't think so. I didn't hear anything there. Wild. Okay, well, Para has already made his position known there, and so Zero's like, okay, I'm just going to take a position he can't shoot me from. I'm close to special. I'm going to get it and quick pop it so that there's no time for Para to realize there's a special fighting against me. I do think this is a little bit of an overstay from Para just because there are so many people back here. I think like putting one charge out here is fine, but as soon as the second charge happens, now Zero gets to just do this. Oh, that should have been another hit. It gets Len anyway for it. But yeah, that could have been even worse. And here's where the Booyah goes around the vacuum. So he's out. Interesting. So he's recognizing we don't have any more control at the top of ramp, so he's just going to shark. I like the sprinkler placement from Q. I wonder if that was specifically for Zero's sake. No, it's just out there already. He sees that it's there. He's trying to use it, hide in it. He actually screws up a bunch of his shots there and gives Pika time to get the trade back. But it's good recognition that there was no one there to stop him. Like, part of the reason that Zero knew that he could do that was just he'd been sitting there for a while and not seen anybody put down in. Oh, I'm too far forward. Yeah, so ice goes down, there's a trade. And the one person who... Oh, no, okay, so he's sharking there, and the one person who is there, Len, goes down. He knows where the pencil is. So yeah, he knows he has a moment. And it was a good attempt with the sprinkler, though I think what you probably want to do is actually stay... You probably want to keep the sprinkler in between you and them so that it tanks shots. Because once you move out past the sprinkler, now you're just getting hit. Good cleanup by Pika. Cooler here. Putting a bomb there just in case anyone decides to drop over. This is a really easy peek for him. It does get traded back because he doesn't get Len right away. So again, good follow-up, but he's also fine with this trade because he has Cooler and because they like the status quo. Yeah, okay. You don't walk too far into that. That was good risk analysis. Trying to give himself space to work with. I wonder if someone called out that they were on snipe or something, or if he was just guessing they were on snipe. Yeah, there's not a lot. He didn't really have enough information. You can tell from like where he's trying to put his shots and stuff. It's just like, where is everybody? Oh, I'm dead. Spot's minor there, and he should die for this. The jump actually is part of what got him killed here, because in the time that it took him to land, like, he wasn't moving and throwing off Pika's aim. So Pika does a good job stopping him there. Something I remember Zero talking about back, you know, years ago when he did that session with a bunch of people, including me, was that you've got to just kind of commit to plans and try them, even if early on that means that your KD ratio is, like, really not good. Like, Zero is not doing, like, the I'm not sure shuffle at all. He's, like, getting an idea, he's locking on that idea, he's going to try and, like, get the best that he can out of that play. And sometimes he puts something together that's good. There, that wasn't a good trade for him. Good on Brand for stopping that, because, like, Zero didn't have Cooler yet. And so knowing that they had Cooler, he might not have wanted to go for a full push in the front like this. I'm surprised he got away from that, actually. Like, Para was maybe almost in position to be able to stop him. But now Len's in trouble. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. That's not what I'm trying to do. Here we go. He keeps coming back to this position, and he like almost gets shot by the pencil every time. So Len gets stuck there between him and Brand. A lot of the time, he's pairing with Brand on this. So he threatened that enough, and he doesn't really care to chase the splat because that's just the time that they're not scoring. Now Riku would have to dip, and his only way back in at this point, now that his position's known especially, is to get a Zuko, so he's just farming for that. I think he's shooting at a sprinkler there. So that was smart of Pika to have one in that spot. Maybe he was anticipating that someone was going to try and move into the sprinkler. You know, maybe he had an idea. Bucket. Wow! I am so impressed that he lived that. I would have just been like, well, I guess I die now. But, so... He sits higher up on the wall. So he gets hit here, and then just... Instead of going straight over the top, he sits in the wall, heals enough the second one doesn't kill him, drops here, puts the bomb behind him so that they can't chase. Does finally get caught there. But yeah, like, he made a little movement that wasn't the most predictable thing, and it made a slosh miss just long enough for him to heal to tank another one, and that was the time he needed to get away. That was pretty slick. Like, on paper, to be clear, like, he should just die instantly to Minor. But in that situation, you've got to find a way to make it harder to hit the shot just to see if you can squeak out something that you shouldn't be able to get away with. That was point-blank range. Crazy. We drop out here, and Len is already lit, but he realizes he's not in position to go after that without getting hit first. He's out of range, so he just completely leaves. Pika gets delivered to him on a silver platter because Pika's overextending to kill Q. And it looks like Minor is expecting that he's not there either. This is part of the advantage, by the way, of starting on one side and rotating to the other. Like, Zero showed himself right, which was where he almost got those shots on Len, but this whole fight is taking place on the left side now. So it's like, if you're not getting anything on that side of the map, move. Immediately move. So, Pika falls into this, and then Minor is easy pickings there because he's stuck in tri-strikes and doesn't know that he's there. Is that Ice who threw that bomb, or is that Zero who threw that bomb? Okay, yeah, he's putting the bomb there. So I guess maybe he's trying to discourage someone from rushing him here. I'm curious what the goal of that bomb is. Maybe it's a smokescreen. Maybe that's all he's looking for. And then here he sees... I'm surprised he doesn't just go around to the left. I guess going around the cover doesn't actually help him against Len. Because Len has the AoE. He's trying to rush Len down in the matchup. He wants to, like, put him in a position where he's, like, right on top of Len so that Len needs to hit the direct to do any damage. Because if he goes around the corner, now Len can just, like, poke him around the side or something like that. And he doesn't want to count on that. He also might have heard the bubble going up or expected the bubble going up. When does Len get the bubble? Does he have it already at this point? Len doesn't have it here. And the fighting starts. Len does have it here, but, like, that was pretty quick. I'm not sure if Zero was able to clock that was happening on top of his screen while he's busy shooting someone else. But this gets popped here, and so now he knows he needs to be in the middle if he wants to get Len. So what does he do to make Len miss? So he shows himself over the top, and then ducks down, and he's going to swim around to the left. Because he's like, hey, I'm over here, and I was moving right last time you saw me, now I'm going this way. Len just hits the wall with that shot. Zero is thinking, oh, he's using this for cover, but he's going to back up or something. Realizes that that's not happening. But another thing he's doing right now is getting the high ground so that he can hit over the sides. So maybe he thought that Len was going to back up further and that he needed this position to be able to keep chasing. But then he just whips around and Len doesn't hit the direct. Messed up substrafe. Oh yeah, that could be it. That definitely had messed up substrafe energy. I'm glad that you pointed that possibility out. Yeah, I just like Splattershot into that fight. Like, 96 needs to hit both shots basically immediately, or else you're going to lose your accuracy, you're going to get your feet painted, it's just too maneuverable. So the problem for Pika was that Zero was able to get in range using this ledge. Like, if Pika is up high enough that he can see Zero the whole way in, this is not the same fight, but because he's got the ledge to work with, and this will also, like, obscure Pika's vision a little bit of where he is. That's going to happen. He recognizes that Pen's there, and then Miner is going to be able to trade that back, but at this point, enough damage has been done. Yeah, he dropped into a pretty hot spot on the map, but that should just be game. Wow, okay. I mean, when you've got teammates who are that good, you don't have to win every fight. What are you meowing about, huh? Meow. You want water? Maybe you want water. I'm gonna go see if he needs water. He was basically out of water, but that does not appear to be the reason he was meowing at me, because he would be at his water bowl if that were the problem. What? I'm going to lift you. You are on the stream now. No, you are my prisoner. You are my captive. You don't get to leave. If you're going to meow at people, you're going to be on the stream. Oh, he's plotting his escape. He's plotting his escape. He wants to leave. Cat must be an H-Town fan. Okay, there we go. There we go. He's settling in, actually. Woomy. That was 4 of the games, I think. We watched the first. We watched the last. Or no, that was 3 of the games. We watched Mahi. We watched Scorch. We watched Barnacle. And we got raided by Devi. Hi, Devi. This is the cat petting part of the stream. There was Splatoon, but right now there is cat. Pika or Para, whoever, is there another one of the matches that you'd like me to look over? I know Barnacle was one that you wanted me to see. We're not going to get to all of them. So, I'm taking requests. Oh, there he is. The microphone's in the way. That's the problem. Mahi was the one I was interested in, but as I understand that you did that, I just need to... Yeah, I that was the first one I did. The other 3 are all over very quick. I see. So I ended up picking ones where there was actually more match to watch. Okay. I mean, yeah, so the other ones were zones and probably rain, yeah. So those are just modes where KOs happen quick. They're ones where you play them in solo queue and you end up playing a lot more games than you play of something like Tower or Clams. Where we at least had some fight wins, I feel. Okay. Sounds good. Well, I did just get raided. I can't disappoint the raiders. Do you plan on looking at any of the Global Gauntlet games? I could do that. I don't actually know who streamed those. I think for now, because I've just spent... How long has it been? About 3 hours of straight VOD reviewing. I think I'll play a little bit, but maybe that'll be another stream or a video or something. Go in and look at that a little bit. Do we play this? I'm okay with playing Clam Hammerhead. Am I okay with playing Clam Sturgeon, though? Clam Sturgeon's pretty yucky. I think I hold off on that if there's anything good elsewhere. This is... better. This is not good. Yeah, I think I'll play this. In any league codes at some point, I could get you some of those as well. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad to have, because like those are more like set teams. Although it's like, for you specifically, Pika, the winners and grand finals sets were like eerily familiar. More Pika versus Milky Way content, right? I've already given you like 3 hours of that. I feel like that's so much that you're going to be spending a while implementing what's already been said. But no, like I wouldn't mind just being able to see them at the very least. Fighting Moonlight was fun. Okay, yeah, that could be a good one. Meantime, though, let's win with this Splution and Splattershot Nova. Oh god, that's gross. We kill them if we get close to them, but how do we get close to them? Oh, hi. We get close to them by this guy being right here. Shoot. I was really hoping that my teammate who... Did they get on tower? Oh, no. Is it going to be one of those kinds of splooshes? Come on, give me that special. Oh, the special. There we go. That's one. Ah, the Bloblobber. It didn't actually stop me from doing anything I wanted to do, but it blocked my vision for a second, and I couldn't tell where the blaster was going. That's, like, not a bad position to be in against the blaster, because that's where it's hardest for it to direct you. You're dead. Oh, you're also dead. Ah. Here. Man. The Sploosh is just like trying to go straight down the objective line before we've got any mid-control. Like, if they were going sideways and ratting, I'd get it. What hit me? Blaster still? Huh. I thought I was too low for that. Like, physically to the ground, not low as in weak. Nope, we died. Okay, that's 2 down. Let's get the tower. Oh, shoot. Who got that? Just need to make that shot whiff. Where is everybody? I have not seen my own team fire shots in that entire game. There's someone coming right. Right. Well. I am marked, and they see me. Wow, okay. I mean, I guess it made him take a little longer to get to mid. I probably should have jumped sooner. But also, it's like, it's a heavy. You can't just, like, drop me like that. I don't think I agree with me dropping. Wasn't good. Still one tower, still one tower. Oh. Am I going in when people are down? Is that my problem? Cool. I shouldn't have traded that. I should have been able to get that clean between me and my team. Blasters over there, huh? Oh boy. Did that just all get eaten by the pole? That's fine. if they're not going to drop them, I'll drop it. Okay. Well. Oh, God. I want to watch that and see if I was taking fights at bad times. Because, like, it felt like every single fight that I was in, there was nobody around to trade back. I'm not sure if that's, like, bad times or if I was positioning away from my teammates or why that was going on. Okay, actually 5 and 14 does explain a lot. I'll still go and watch, but understanding that actually makes sense that there wasn't someone to help. I go out right and we run into the blaster and just die. And that's on me for not checking the map while I'm going out. Inkjet gets one. That's good. I should be pushing up a little bit more. I think I'm trying to farm Zuka and it just takes longer than I want. But we're able to chase. We're able to get one. And then we almost win the blaster here, but that's the part where I was like, okay, where is everybody? So what's happening on the left that they're not seeing this? Oh, the blaster kills one, okay. So there's just nobody alive right now on our team, even though it looks like it's even. And then Sploosh dives in. Nova trades. Sploosh is going after. Yeah, it's just me here. Hopefully, I don't try to take a fight. Oh, I think this one was fine. Yeah, I get like several there. Was everyone just held back by the rain? Is that what that was? Because we do have the Nova here. I get one. They pop rain. I get two. It's like now is when we start moving forward. We should be able to do some... Oh my god, and he's using... So we haven't cleared the blaster. Blaster is still there. We have to commit Kraken just to keep the leader alive. The Sploosh obviously dies. Okay. Yeah. Good defense there that we got them off the tower. And I feel for our Nova. They are trying. I definitely staggered us there. I was just like, surely we have use of our base, but I need to be watching enemy ink. I need to be watching that going down and seeing, you know, predicting where it's going to be. Blaster was playing aggressively. They were taking a bunch of off angles. I need to expect that. Sploosh actually goes in and gets two, so that's pretty good. But we don't have a great answer to that blaster. However, we do have a good answer to people jumping into this. So I don't get them, but I get... So it's the blaster jumping back. Okay, cool. So Inkjet goes over the top. What am I doing here? Oh, I'm waiting to pop Zuka. I probably should have gone up with the Inkjet. I don't know. There were a lot of people there, and it was just an E-liter watching me. I don't know that it would have been safe. Get the one, blaster trades. I did just drop off a Legend Enemy Ink. So yeah, I think I do need to be respecting the blaster a little bit more, but also there are some situations there where we get bigger opportunities if the team's staying alive a little better. So I'm not going to stress too much about that. Oh, I didn't realize I was still in cat cam angle. I will be right back. I need to use the restroom. In the meantime, here is a frog. Okay. Oop. Alrighty. Okay. Got some shooters. Gonna have to zook a couple of things out of the way, but we do have the resources for that. I also want to watch the chumps. Those could be useful to push in with. I don't want to spend too long there. Oh, already... Hi. I think if I bloop a couple times, I might be able to cross him up and actually make him miss there. So I was right on top of him. I could have forced him to go 180. Probably would have been the best option instead of trying to hit the shots. I would have waited to fire the shot, but I was worried I was going to lose it. step behind there. I didn't want to throw the bomb. I probably just wanted to... No. Wiped. Oh, that was bad. That was bad. That was bad. I was all worried about the dynamo in neutral, and they just kind of ran through us on the right side. So, it was also annoying that as soon as I got my Trizuka, that was right when we wiped. So there was no follow-up on it. I should have waited on that. Kind of... I was trying to just, like, get it fast and pop it fast so that we could use it while we were there, but went off too early. And I got a trade, which we don't want because we don't like the status quo in that situation. I might have even wanted to just wait for the tower to move a little bit further into the trench and then drop so that they wouldn't see me and it would be a flank instead of me just dropping in the most obvious place. I think that might have been the idea. Pushing a little too early. Pushing when they're going to be watching and when we don't have numbers yet. Okay. Agnes Tachyon. Now the roller's there. I would help with that if I had an angle. I can help with this one. Well, I thought I could help with that. They know. Only they know. Not this guy. Let's just go someplace complete. Thank you for closing the distance for me. Appreciate it. That didn't even hit. Ugh. Surprised someone was sharking down there, especially the mini. I wonder what lineup they've got there. Where's Blaster? No. Once you get it to that point, it's such a stupid snowball. Like, they should just, I don't know, make it take it longer someplace else and have it end by the time it gets there, because the last 15 points always feel terrible. There's no defending them. Probably should have changed the title, but ooh, well. Now I'm doing a false advertising. I have 3 AoE weapons. Mostly over here. I thought I could cut across that and then my feet got painted. Get over and use the tower for cover. Okay, well, there you go. How am I not dead? Surprised that only got us to checkpoint 2. Oh, hi. Hello, guys! I feel like that was the only thing for us to be looking at in that situation. Someone got out here. Yeah. Oh. They definitely should have killed me. Good. Oh, they knew. I thought they were just trying to paint. I don't like how bunched up we are. Oh. Didn't know where the reef was. Didn't have time to find out. Don't stay on, you're just gonna get shot by the blaster. They popped hammer and got the blaster, but I still don't feel like doing that. I actually don't like being directly under all this. I would like a place to stand, please. Oh, too late. Dynamo, forgot about them. Was able to sneak by them the first time. Thought something would hold them up. That bomb should have been further around the corner. Would have covered a lot more options. We still win, though. Okay, so 2 more and we win the ticket. 1 more and we lose the ticket. Mini, that's pretty good to fight with. I don't know about damage combos, but they are weapons that will fight and can. Oh, that didn't direct. Come on. Rip. Gonna have rank series for Splatoon 3. Splatoon 2's still works fine. It's not substantially different. It's also much harder to make because it requires smurfing. Ooh, got 2! That was a mistake of them to jump out together. At least I got a shot in, but probably gonna help a little bit more with that. That's gonna be dead push. I don't jump into that, yeah. Can they sneak out left? I don't think they saw. Let's see this. Some movement over there. Might have just been someone shooting over the top. Yeah, I think it was just someone shooting over. Forge. Or frozen, whatever. Mage to just shoot me there. It's on me for not paying attention to the weapons at the beginning of the game. Oh my god, give me like Zuka already. Man! I was counting on having that just like 3 seconds earlier, and I didn't get it in time. I was focusing too much on other things. That's a points to special nerf. That's what a points to special nerf does to you. Not ideal. Still doable. They don't know. Okay, cool. I was expecting that to be a much more challenging fight, but the team really showed up. That's not a weapon I can do that to. It has too much range. Blech. They have a Zuka, they popped. They're using it all in front. And everyone's dead except for the Zuki user. Make that including the Zuki user. What happened there? I think I did a decent job. Yeah. I probably could have won that last fight, but... Okay, we need to get on... Okay. That was a little bit too close, but... I did a good job of recognizing when I could fight them and when I couldn't. I caught them by surprise, got one of them. Could have gotten the second if I'd been just a little bit more accurate, but... I was happy with what we got. Oh, hey! GG's, CloudKev. Yeah, you were doing well. This mini's username is completely unpronounceable. Like, I could say, like, Sin, which might be short for Cynthia. I don't know. It sounds like I'm pronouncing them to be sinful. And otherwise, it's like, what, X Omega less than? Like, what? That's not an emote, as far as I can tell. It was well beyond a team tag. Might be a winky face with an XI? I could see that, I guess. Yeah. But, like, X usually means, like, the eye is closed. So then having the... Whatever. It's the best theory anyone's come up with so far. Oh, cool. That was fast. Dang. Alright. Gotta respect the knot. I was already trying to. Need to do it more. Yeah, that just dies. Knot is down. Oh, get juked. Ah, shoot. I saw them just a little too late to do anything about it. Did not think we could hit that angle from there. Well, hopefully there's a special that will clear the tower here, because otherwise we just get KO'd. Breaker or something. I always have an angle. I always have a way to find an angle when I try to move away from them. Why did the tower not move? Why did they keep it there? That's good. Our teammate gave up. The Knot probably didn't get a 20 bomb because they KO'd too fast, but they're probably close. Woo, S+9 on that game in particular. Yeah. Close to securing X for next season, so that's nice. That's +9, and all the glory and prestige that comes with it. See, when you get that extra digit, though, that makes all the difference. Literally all the difference, because at that point there's literally no reason to play anymore. Unless maybe the maps in X are bad. S+50 in the first season of the game. So you learned that you didn't have to do it anymore. I never went quite that far. I got to the point where I was like, okay, it's not getting harder to go high, it's just taking longer. I don't care about this number anymore. Is there a badge for it or something? Guess maybe that's a reason someone might do it. Now checking what the weapons are. I should have done that from the beginning. I don't want to go in yet. Especially don't want to go in now, but here we are. In. How did we get through the checkpoint? Nobody there. Power is frontlining. There were a lot of people who were looking at that. I was surprised nobody helped me shred it. That would have prevented a lot of people from being disrupted, too. Oh, I thought I got him for a second. We'll go and get that first. We're actually so close. No! Oh, wait. No, we're not gonna get it on this push. I need to get out. Level up. Oh, you're right here. Okay. We're super close. All we need to do is make this like a little. Oh. Well, that's sad. Just says so on your profile in Splatnet, and all the glory and prestige. Gotta get that glory and prestige, you know. That was a hard comp for me to push into. If I step wrong around the Explo or the 52, I go down pretty quick. What was the other weapon they had? Oh, Hydra. Yeah, that too. So I ended up doing a lot of just farming for Zukas. There are a couple that I wish I'd hit a little bit more from, like that one time that I had the 52 down in left alley. I thought that should have at least comboed into something. So I don't know where my aim was at. All we have to do is into 3 teammates time. Yeah, I realized they were sitting on top of a Booyah Bomb that was actively expanding. This enemy comp could be a lot more annoying than it looks. Do we have the only frontliner down? Someone on tower? Someone on tower? Someone get on tower? Why is it that the frontliner had to go back to get the tower to get on it? Oh, hi. Alright, well that's a decent push. We'll see if we end up needing more, but for now that's comfy. This off? Nah. Oh, maybe I can. Nice. stuff goes. It's been pretty reliable. Oh, okay, bomb. I was like, with the storm, I might have actually been able to get in there and heal, but... Oh. Where's the brush? Cool. Get up. I'll get forward. Nice. We did enough. Thanks for the follow, Tomcat. A junior, not playing junior. Suspicious. One might call it dishonest. As if that wasn't what we were all doing in the beginning of Grab Meta. Every single junior player's like, oh, I guess I play Splash now. Thanks for the follow, Snorty McSnortface. Nice. Alright, Dynamo. We get checked though, and then we all die. I am lucky that I didn't die. That doesn't match. Oh. I was gonna go straight over the top. It was a good push. They are correct to booyah. Man, we lose a checkpoint for that. Why are they all... I'm just rush tower at this point. spawn and see if I got lucky. I thought I could trade it. The fact that they're not already dead to the dynamo is good news. Nice. Another trade. No way they don't know I'm here. Oh no. Oh, I should have had that! Surely they won't watch me if I drop left. I don't like them losing check. This is probably the best chance here. Nice. Okay. We need to get rid of that beacon. But... we didn't get rid of the beacon. Like, still have some worries. Cool. All right, let's see a fist bump. You got it for me, Ghost? Shucks. I feel like I've seen the name Enki before. Shot player. Not sure. A little low on front line. moving. Okay. Very nice. Surely this time, though. Surely this time we bump fists. Oh, hey, Ghost, is that you on the bucket? GG, Yankee! Yeah, bucket good. I had a stint of playing it for a little while as well. I've just got too much better muscle memory with shooters for it to be worth it, but I can definitely play it okay. Maybe like 200 X power points behind my main weapons. Ever start posting VODs again? I mean, I do post a lot of footage of my matches in videos. Like, you could always, like, mute those or something and watch if that's what you wanted. It was just a decent amount of effort to be putting the VODs out for not that much view time. Oh. I was not aware there was someone there. Hopefully that gets stopped before... Nope. I disrupted them a lot. Hopefully we can get in. This off. Trying to keep the wall between me and the backliners. Okay, cool. It's just a pen, and they're backed up. Dropped out, which is interesting. Didn't quite stop them as hard as I wanted to, but we still got through second check, which is good. I don't like how close to wipeout we were just now, though. They're going to be able to take a lot of control right now. This person probably knows. Huh? Now they know. just know in that situation someone is going to retreat there. There's the bucket. I shouldn't have gone in. I should have backed up and zuked them or something. Or even just backed up and shot. We are scoring, though, I think. Yeah, that's a lot of points if they let us get there. Oh, they messed up on their timing. I should have been dead. I'll push this too hard. They had cooler. That wasn't worth it at all. I knew I was playing with fire sitting underneath them like that. Wow, huge. Where's this roller? I don't want them to jumps. No, not sharking. This is a position I can zoom in. Stop. It's a Splat Droid raid! I hope everybody has sufficiently congratulated Splat Droid on the LAN Championship Showdown run. #12th seed. Wasn't even really supposed to be there initially because they got second at their LAN instead of first, but the first place team couldn't make it. And they upset the 5 seed anyway. There were only 12 teams that played, too. They were literally the bottom seed, and they still made that upset. That's huge. And tell JLo I said hi, by the way. Was Tetra for a while, but it just dies to blasters every day. Yeah. Hanging out with Ray a lot, and that seemed to be the consensus. Okay, surely the 3rd time we fist bump. Truly disappointing. Anyway, 5 seed upset was a crazy result. I'm just over here Div 3. Yeah. Did you learn any languages in school? Do you speak any others? I learned German. I do not have enough vocabulary to speak conversationally. Yeah, JLo's cracked. Watch for JLo to shoot up real quick. Up as Jenny from the block myself. Okay. Div 3 is a... Oh, sweet. Div 3 is a pretty exciting place to be. That's like... There's a lot of good things happening once you get to that point. And it's just kind of a matter of getting reps at high level. We can handle that push, right? Yeah, okay. It disrupted us a lot more, though. Might lose some space here. That's I want to go up, but they're watching that really hard, so I'm going to try and play from over here or something instead. Well, this is me dying. Surely this time I will succeed in shooting them. Just gotta put this idea in their heads. Okay, oh! Wow, that's cool. I am alone. That reflex is really giving them trouble on the left over there. Got him now. Oh. I got way too close before I stopped to look. The beacons are causing problems too. Good try to save that. I don't think we keep it here. Oh, wait a minute. We don't keep it, but we do recap. Insane that I won that. Man. Stark put in so much work for us to not get anything out of it. Okay, they watched this time. I need to not do that multiple times in a row. That's gonna be game. Well, it's possible, but we're gonna have to kill a lot of people real quick right now. And it's not gonna happen. Okay. Hi, Newt. GG's. Yeah, low ink eligible teams, like, a lot of the time, the ones that are really chomping at the bit in alpha bracket, like, they can be better than Div 4. Or at least, like, high-end Div 4. Like, they can come out with a very fast upward trajectory sometimes. And I kind of just need the results to prove it. They're doing a better and better job as time goes on of filtering those teams out by just seeing other results and seeding them differently, but every now and then something slips through the cracks. GG Astro. Yeah, Stark had some good plays there. Like, they got that opening on left that probably should have led to more than it did. La Chancla. And socks. That was 2 people that should have been splatted. Ghost gets 1, someone else gets another. We're still even here, they haven't capped yet. I'll just stay up here and paint, because there's nothing ranged enough to stop us. Man! Of course it's the one weapon that can hit me there. Ooh. I did not see that coming at all, the ink strike shot. I need to be more useful. I need to do more things before I die. Let me jump down. Let me jump to a teammate. Probably start painting zone up. Great angle yet. I'm gonna make sure I don't get rushed. Cut that out. That should be it. Love it when someone shreds with me. Oh, alright. Well, they physically can't get to the zone in time to win anyway, so that's gonna be it. Alright, good night, Doobie. Now you've got a fist bump. Why did it take so many rounds? Alright, well, at this point we just gotta get to that rank up battle. Now we just gotta keep going, you know? We are securing the bag, and by the bag we mean not having to play series next season. We are in Takaroka Division, and top 3,000 is a little bit more difficult than it was over on the NA server. Just a teensy bit. I want to check something once I'm able to get out of the game, but I'll probably forget. Just realistically speaking. Oh no, Ghost is on the other team now! We must defeat our former ally. Okay, well, someone got him. Oh, that is an E-leader that has that. This Christian show or you be dead. That's bad aim on my part. At least we capped, but I'm not doing great right now. I should have backed up just a little bit more. One thing I'm noticing is that I'm not doing a great job of checking weapons when I roll out, and I'm like not prepared for the matchups when they show up. I'm not thinking about what weapons could be up there. Charger knew. This guy doesn't know. Let's see if we can bait him over here. That's so annoying. Come on, come on. Glad I was able to create enough promotion. Teammates. Does 52 have a chance here? Apparently. Okay, cool. 52 is really coming in clutch here. drop here, and I knew it, and I didn't give myself enough space again. Okay. I didn't feel like I had as much of an impact on that match as I wanted to have. Thanks, Tom! Trying to get top 500 in T-Tech for the first time? What do you mean? Oh, right, because this is series, so it could be both, I think. So I'm like, I'm in Takaroka. Yeah, it was not my doing that we won that game. It was our 52s. Don't mean this in a bad way. It sounds like you're about to say something mean when you put it that way. Stuck at 1800 XP. 20% sounds like a good tip. Yeah, there we go, there we go. That's the only kind of tip I'm looking for, am I right, boys? No, you're good. Let her rip. No, I got you. I got you. Cool, we got a cooler here. And we've got a lot of AoE and a heavy. Ninja Squid on the... just going right, it looks like. There, I did a really good job of looking for information before I went into something. I have an angle from here. Oh. So like what I did on the rollout there, where I saw someone going to the right-hand side and went and did stuff. I've been considering trying to get some sub-saver gear, have a little bit more ability to bomb spam. I just happen to play weapons with very expensive bombs. I am glad that the bombs are more expensive now. Like, bomb spam was a big problem and part of the metagame in Splatoon 2. this is bad. My only thinking there was that I was standing on top of my teammate's feet and I wanted to do something different. If I'd gotten that clean, that'd be better. Okay. This off. There we go. Bobbing coming up there. A little bit. The blob is still alive. Nice. We actually keep it here. Down. Top left. Cool. Nice. That was really good follow-up from both the 52 and the brush on what I was doing. I, like, went in for as long as I could and then ducked back, but then the 52 jumped in to take over and got a pick. And then I was cutting off angles that the Zuka was trying to use, and then the brush was cutting off more. That was good stuff. We did sadly lose our 52 here. Thank you for your service, skipped my loop. You were the longest ranged weapon in our comp. Break my wrists. Yeah, that's gross. Night, Dom. It is taking a minute to find another match. And by a minute, I mean actually 2 minutes. Oh, is it map mode? No. Just DC? Or did they give up? Oh, they probably canceled out. Well, this is your fault. Oh wait, I could have done more. One second. Okay. There, that's better. Now, it didn't give me the option to cancel anymore. So maybe that means it's found something. There we go. Oh wait, that's Feats? Yo, what's going on, Feats? It's been a minute. I don't even remember when the last time was that I popped into your chat. How are you doing? Oh god, does that mean I'm up at some ungodly hour because Oceania is awake now? Ah. Didn't get the job. Okay, good, I got stopped. I was like, wait, there's probably something. Get through this. Oh! That's smart. Leave a bomb in the tri-strike so it smoke screens the bomb, people don't see it. I thought I hit them 3 times. Maybe they healed in between. No, this is pretty bad. This is still pretty bad. I literally couldn't even paint it enough in time. Last time would have been 2020. Wow. Well, good to see you around again. Is it really that long? Jeez. I do not live in the same place anymore. I did not play that badly in that game. I'm actually kind of proud of how that went. I should have won the 1v1 with the splash. And that probably would have made a difference. But overall, that was decent. And maybe it means the ticket ends sooner and I get to play the rank up battle sooner. I do not need all 5 wins to get there. 1 and 4. Kurt shoved me down in 1770. I may be the best to ever do it. You are going to farm on your way back up. That I will say. That'll bother. It's still taking more than 2 minutes. My rage can only be expressed through Trizuka. Was the previous peak on NA and this is like JP now? Is that how that worked? Still played S2. Yeah, like S3 didn't come out till 22. That was when my YouTube channel took off. It had been cooking for a while at that point, but 2022 was when Splatoon 3 came out and there was just a huge wave of new interest. I was already well positioned. It was a good niche to fill at the time. Most money I've ever made was during that period. Booted it up just now, got the Splatfest T replica. That's how long I haven't touched S2. Do you have S3 now? Two arrow sprays. I guess it's up to me and a rude guy to be taking the fights here. They dropped here, but they're already in mid. No, wait, that was a... Okay, yeah, I don't think I have a good angle on that guy. Does anybody know? I don't think they know. Okay. I don't have high hopes for this comp. 2 arrow sprays is 2 more arrow sprays than a person ever needs. I see you. I just wish I had shot you better. Okay, we just need to hold forward at this point. There's not enough time. What an insane comp. Truly wondrous. Waiting for the next rotation? Gotcha. Those sirens remind me of home? Oh god, what's going on at home? Well, I've got bad news, Eerie Stripes. They did not ignore the arrow sprays, and they did not let us paint the zone. I got overall an enemy split. Oh, I was the only person who got any picks. They painted more than me, though. By 3. I'm gonna headcanon that a rude guy is actually one of the nicest people ever. And it's just a joke. It's a flex because he knows that he's not rude. Chancla again, which was playing Aerospray before. Hoping they would go in with that. Asian players here, we're not going to be able to hold. Nice. That was a little bit too preemptive. Didn't really get anything out of this. Spray. Oh, there we go. No more chunk. That's unfortunate. They used a special. I'm not allowed to do that. Well, unfortunately, that Doolies was doing the same thing to my team. We should be able to get the zone off of that. Nice. They're gonna have a booyah soon. There it is. We're gonna try to come this way. I don't know how I missed that many shots there. It felt like my aim was on for longer than that. I wasn't expecting the Aerospray to be behind me there. Oh boy. Bad time to be staggering. Huge pick there. We have the numbers. Cap, okay. Blaster now. How do they keep getting to the zone? We're going in and getting in the way of so many people, and then they just find a way out, and I don't know why that's happening. They didn't get through this time. Can't make a lobby in S2. Yeah, it's been hard to play S2 for years. Turf is probably the easiest one to get into, but I tried going back to ranked a bit ago, and that wasn't happening. It's gonna take you like 2 hours to find one game. Yeah, I never played S1 for more than 2 hours, and my Wii U got damaged at a certain point, and I just never got it repaired because I didn't need to play it that badly. I had very limited experience in that game. It was definitely interesting. Map design was very different. I would like to say they've refined it, but they've refined it in a direction that's generally not super well liked. Assuming you'll get raiders. I will at some point. I don't know if it's going to be right away when it drops, which is probably the time that I should be playing it, if at all. I don't know. The problem is that it means getting a Switch 2. And that is money. Well, I'm alive. That's nice. Mostly on the right. Let's see if we can get it towards... Hopefully that holds. No, it's not going to hold. I probably should have jumped in, but it's too late now. Show myself there, see if anyone does anything. Pushed me, they probably would have an advantage by now. Over here, over here, over here! We're still here, no! Yeah, I should have seen that coming. I was like, let's deal with this first and then deal with the right side after, but I put myself in range of both. We are not okay with trades. We do not like the status quo. Okay, well... I don't know why they're going into our base when we need to be on the zone. Hopefully that's enough. It's not enough. Oh. Wait, Peru's guy? I actually got someone with that bomb too, that's crazy. Maps were narrower, I preferred it. Now they're big empty arenas with chokes. Yeah, like... it was a lot more of a cover shooter in Splatoon 1. It was a lot more like you really need to be super careful about your angles. Is that enough? No! I have to do that all over again. Man. Wait, maybe it'd be faster if I just played open. 55 points? That's 3 wins, right? 3 wins and... I don't know how many losses I can afford. Probably no losses. It'd have to be a 3-0, or 4-1, 5-2. Pretty close to what series is anyway. With series, I have to play the whole thing out. No possibility of it being shorter. We'll see if I win this game on the ticket. And if we do, we keep going. And if not, it's probably faster to go for open. Some weirdness with being rank stuck. Remind me what the question was? You're here. Probably move by now. Oh. There was a shooter back there. Maybe they rotated. Okay, so far so good. Oh, what are you doing there? Man. Okay, we lose zone for sure. Splashdown. No more splashdown. Okay. And there's a third. I was just on my jump. I don't know how there wasn't somebody pushing the dualies at that point. I thought we had people respawning. I was trying to stall long enough that something could happen there, but I needed to jump out at a certain point. They're down, that's helpful. I need to get another pick. Nice. Where's that? Can we hold the zone? Oh! Paint the zone, paint the zone, paint the zone, please paint the zone. Yes, okay. Huge, huge, huge. I saw paint all of it up there. Nice. Whew, thank you for the sub, Tomcat. Appreciate it. Alright, well, since that was a win, I think we're staying with the ticket. I didn't play ranked in Splatoon 1, but I do think between 2 and 3, I like Splatoon 2's ranked a lot better. It didn't feel as good, and so I get why they changed it, but it was way more accurate to your rank up to that point where you hit X, and then at X it's the same here anyway. But even in S3, like once you get to the high end, yeah, the numbers do mean something, but they're like inflated. So you can make these runs into 5K, which is just like an utterly like meaningless number by the time you get that high. Like once you can clear 4K, you're like already an elite player. So the fact that 5K exists, it's like that's beyond the pale. If you think if sometimes to some degree there's certain rating ranges where it's harder to get out of. Going between below 2K and above 2K in X is, I thought someone would see this. I thought someone would see this way earlier because they went right across mid. Okay. I wasn't paying enough attention because I was trying to answer the question. So like between sub 2K and post 2K, that was a mistake. God, I need to pick one thing to do. There is a change in the matchmaking, so there it should genuinely feel significantly more difficult. But also beyond that point, not really. Okay, we should be able to handle things from there. Surely this Dynamo does not just get a triple. I didn't mean to drop. Man, that's a really silly mistake. Wish I didn't make as often. I'm glad that a teammate went and tried to trade back, but it was a little late for when the fight started there. Like, on my competitive team, I feel pretty confident that, like, as soon as anybody drops there, I don't even need to say anything. They're already watching, and there's already someone getting in there. I need to find a safer spot to Zuka in that game state. Man, we all just died, huh? That's why. I'm like, they know something I don't. They don't have a lot of range with them. And we're all dead again. Okay. Just got back into Splatoon 3 heavy after... Oh, playing heavily. Okay, I'm thinking, like, heavy splatling. Struggle to get out of C. Yeah, it's a hard game. There's a big learning curve, especially early on. I do have some videos. There was one from back in the Splatoon 2 days that's still going to be very good, called How to Get Out of C Rank. Highly recommend that and the How to Get Out of B Rank. I think that'll cover a lot of the major issues you're going to run into right away. That being on the YouTube channel that I'm also streaming on. Are you on Twitch? No, you're on Twitch, yeah. So I have a YouTube channel as well. You can hit ! links if you want to see it. But there's a lot of knowledge that you want about the game to start with, and a lot of knowledge of, like, what to start working on. But it is, once you start getting the hang of it, it's really beautiful and fluid. That and C rank doesn't have many players who are being put in S rank lobbies. I don't know if that's true. There are always new people who are joining. It's something that I think people underestimate a lot, especially in the competitive community. Like, obviously, if you've been in the competitive scene, then yeah, you're probably not in C rank anymore, but it is probably still, like, a majority of players who are down there. A lot of people who never leave Turf War. There's someone right here. They're down, nice. Sandwich getting thrown at me. That's not good. Oh, hi. Behind us too. Whew. They're getting one anyway. I'm not gonna hold for now. But we do have lead. That's a great pick to start things off. Drop here, and hopefully that lets team get in on left. Okay. I'm gonna watch for them to drop here this time. They're behind me. One teammate is aware. Throwing things at him anyway. Good rest. What's going on? Okay, they're all coming out that way. Clean. Pretty fast, too. Yeah, it gets just a little bit harder right towards the threshold between C and B. Like, I'm pretty sure it throws you a few harder players just to see if you're able to hang with them. But, yeah, those videos that I made for Splatoon 2 still absolutely carry over into Splatoon 3. No question. And it's based on a lot of my observations of how people played at those ranks. So, it's not... The thing that I'm proud of about it is that it was so, like, evidence-based. That it's just... I went into lobbies, I collected information, and I was, like, counting how many times people made a certain mistake. And then I just added the most common ones into my videos. Best of luck to you. I hope you keep enjoying the game, because it's a really cool thing. Finding people to play with. There are, what you want to do is get on Discord, if you're trying to get into it, to play with more people. I don't know as much about more casual servers, if that's something you're looking for, but if you want to get into things competitively, there's a lot of, like, people who try to form coordinated teams and build all sorts of different servers for all sorts of different reasons. Alright. We've got a little bit of a range advantage here. Hopefully the heavy plays aggressively enough to take advantage of it. I don't think it's necessarily the paint game we win, although we do have a lot of paint. I think we win by just using that range and splatting them. I shouldn't have jumped up. There's no reason for me to go high. That was a good eye from the forge. Oh, wait. Am I just going to get shot for landing here? Oh, no. They're just not going to know. Okay. Nice. Need to find a good spot to use Zuka from. Found a good spot to use Zuka from. I'm gonna try and drop out this way. I'm going to see it. Twice. buys us a little bit of time, but I don't think we keep zone unless the heavy goes crazy on paint right now. Oh, we did get 2, though. Huge. At this point, we do just take it back. Oh my god, that was a terrible aim. Ah! That's so bad. Close enough. Try Zukas and hand grenades. Oh. Again, reliably getting picks there. We'd love to see it. Nice. And we actually need to stay in their way. Oh, okay. And that's game. Okay. Want to play competitive? Just don't know any servers. Tomcat, I'm going to send you an invite link to a server called Inkopolis Crosswalk. This is a server that is not a server in and of itself, but it's a link to a whole bunch of different Discord servers. So here is that Discord server invite. Go there and you will get access to like all of the regional servers, all of the big production channels, just tons and tons and tons of resources there. Got Splatoon Stronghold, Academy, Splatoon Recruitment and Free Agency, IPL, the competitive feed that shows whenever there are tournaments. Lots and lots of stuff there. Basically, any way you want to play the game, you're going to find something there. Also, check out sendu.inc. That's here. I'll post that link as well. That website has lists of tournaments, but it also has information on gear builds. It has a player and team lookup. It has a scrim finder. It has a kind of solo queue replacement called Sendu queue that is very, very good competitive practice. Though at C rank, it's probably you might want to get a little bit more experience before trying to dive into something like that. But lots of really good resources there as well. Well, that shouldn't have been a trade. Unfortunate. That beacon is probably dead. No, they just swam by it again. It's funny how they keep doing that. Let's get this painted up. Cool. Bazooka. safely. We just need to paint up. We don't need anything fancy here. Cool. Are you still awake? Eh, it's only midnight. It's whatever. Trizuka, is it advantageous to launch it even if you haven't spotted an enemy to launch it? Nah, definitely not. You want to put it where the first shot is at least going to threaten someone. How to get out of X rank is a video. That is a video that I have made. I made it on April Fool's Day, which might give you a little bit of a hint of what it says, but it does exist. Oh my god, OBT. Hi. What if I don't want to get a haircut, huh? I'm gonna get a haircut eventually. There is a point at which it will get too long, and I'll be like, this is gross. I do like it longer, but I also might just get it cut short because otherwise I'm gonna need to learn. I'm gonna need to talk to some women actually and figure out what the strats are for like tying hair back and putting it up and things like that. I can make a ponytail, but there are certain parts of it that I'm still like, I don't know, missing some equipment or missing some tech. Reject haircuts, buy stonks and hair product makers. Bro, please. Bald gem, bald gem. What do we want? Bald gem. Why is that a thing we want? I'm going to bed. You should go to bed. I need to get to S plus 10 though. I need to get to S plus 10. Otherwise, I'm not a good player. This way, and you've got stuff on the already. Oh, stop that. Ow. Okay, we might be in slight advantage here. Go get him, Larper. Yeah, final. Heavy. What? Where are they? They can hit. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's fine. Larper went in and got him. Zone. Oh, nice. And they're shooting at me, not the zone, so we win. I don't care about S plus 11. S plus 11 is irrelevant, but S plus 10 means that I don't have to do S plus to get back into X rank later. Good night, OBT. All right, that gets me to my rank up. And now it's go time. Serious face. Notice the difference in players and Japanese players are awake. School kids will home from school. Europe wakes up. America wakes up. Yeah, you're in an interesting position because you're geographically closer to Japan. Their name is Cat Pea, and their splash tag title is Watered the Cat. Is this supposed to be a reminder for me to clean Romeo's litter box? I do need to do that. Hi there, friend. Oh, well, okay. No, okay, good trade, good trade. Oh, John is going in, though. I don't know if John can go in. Well, he's got this hammer. Someone dropped in here. I hit him twice. Okay, close enough. Nice. I got stuck in my movement there, and it kind of broke my brain for a second. I will protect Mittens. Well, at least they traded. There's no idea in here. Cool. I actually hit someone with that, that's funny. Literally aiming at the floor to try and paint my feet to get out of there because they just popped a cracker at the same time I was trying to shoot it. I don't like this situation now. We need to wait. Yeah, that was smart movement from them as well because it got me away from the zone. They're okay with me winning that fight outright if I drop down there because I can't get the zone from it. Did I want to stick with the team? I don't know. Yeah, we did okay. Just never actually held the zone for long enough. We didn't get a retake off. Only two of them stuck anyway. Or one of them, because I'm one of the two. It felt like a very winnable game. We just never actually like went and got zone covered. Like, we were winning fights fine. Even after a couple of major blunders on my part. Alright. Next 3 straight. Let's get it. Pay attention to comps, we pay attention to map on the way out. Okay, very short range except for the bow. Probably needed to tackle the bow so that our Hydra can do anything. Anyone dropping left looks like not. here. Green. I aimed in the wrong spot and then didn't move. Good job, Fortnite. Oh, it's female sign Fortnite. I don't know what that's supposed to indicate. But good job to you regardless of what your name means. Oh boy. Okay. This is not going to be the KO push. Good job on Mittens to get out of there. There's two here. I'm more worried about the bow. There we go. Okay. Let's put in our base. Hopefully doesn't cause too much of a problem. Good pick. Great job, Illuminous. No. Oh, God. I thought I was going to die there. Okay, well, I spoke too soon. Nice. We're in such a good position to pinch. We just need to actually close the door. How are you finding it? Wow, that was super annoying. I think the cooler is really hurting us here. We're winning a lot more fights than they are. They are still in control. Funnels them in that direction. Just need to get the bow out of the way. Someone else. Start scoring. This is good. Oh, I hit him. Oh no! If I'd splatted him, we might have actually won. Ugh, this is bad. Oh, cool, we got one with the bomb. Close down. Should be able to cap off of this. Hello. We should have been able to cap off of that. Uh-oh. Is this safe? Okay, we're good. We've got to get in there, though. Please help me. Please shoot somebody. Okay, that was entirely too close. Nice. Okay. Header's going off. Okay. A little bit too close. A little bit too close, but we get there. Sometimes Fortnite is a girl, perhaps. Is it? I thought it was a video game. Do video games have genders? A merciless and unfeeling girl boss is still a girl boss. I think requiring players to keep X rank unlocked is a good thing, or should it remain unlocked for players? I liked the Splatoon 2 setup where you could rank down out of it, and you had to be able to hang in there and play in it. It was like, if you were there, it was because you belonged there. GG, CJ. That was CJ. CJ? Where was there a CJ? Custom jets? No. We didn't have a... Well, GG's to whoever you played with, CJ. Separate ranks for all 4 modes. I don't know. I liked having, first of all, from a content creation perspective, it was nice to have 4 separate grinds so that I could collect more footage that way on the way up. But also, I do think people do a little bit better in one mode or another. Probably gendered in French. Okay, like gendered articles, but like... Okay, fine. It's just like, in German, the word for skirt is masculine. Like, it's kind of random. Ow. And the word for bikini. That too. Like, what's that about? Where's their person? There's the person. My aim is not great right now. I need to lock that in a little bit more. It's not looking. And that's game. The bikini-wearing German boys haven't done anything to you, Lethal Movie. I haven't heard of those. I'll need to ask Toyo Ben about those. Hi there, kitty cat. What are you meowing about? Boop. Okay, well, we've got to go and get our calendar, get this. Alright. Let's make this the deciding game. Yeah, that was a pretty quick one. We didn't need as many splats as we needed in the previous. That's the most aggro name and everything I've ever seen on the 52. They are absolutely serving Sweat Machine. Should be able to just cap here. Do too much right now. Got Zuka ready to go. There we go. Okay. I'm happy taking out the bow. That gives us some room. We do need to be keeping paint on zone though. Looking good. I really want to go after that player, but being helped. And twice. I felt like that could be tradable. Nothing went right there. Oh my god. That's just it. That's really bad. Charger was doing a lot of painting. How painted the bow? That's not super usual. Not what you'd expect. Actually line up with hitboxes. What, like when I shoot this thing? Those hitboxes are fine. Nobody needs to worry about that. It's funny because that's not even the worst offender in this game. The hammer is ridiculous. They needed to make that thing way too strong, hitbox-wise, to be viable at all. Backline, but backline that can help in fights versus an E-leader and a blob, so they're going to try and play really passively. Not a lot for their cooler to do, to be fair. That's nice. Somebody wants to come out that way. It looked like it was 96. Oh, okay, we got him, we got him. That was a successful Zuka. Surprised they just kept shooting at that angle. Oh, we're 2 down now too. This is a risky jump, but oh god. It's a terrifying jump. But the leader dropped for some reason, so I get to kill them anyway. Regroup a little bit here. Nice. One down. Let's go over the top. Ah, why? I hate the level geometry sometimes. I am faster than you, for I have splatted many of you. That's how it works. There. They're weak. We get them. It's a little annoying, but... Nice, okay. Clean rank up battle. Clean rank up battle. Can we get a fist bump? Oh well. I didn't want to fist bump him anyway. And there it goes. Alright. We have reached our goal. I am going to go to sleep. Thank you everybody for watching. I guess I'll go and try and find a streamer to raid. See if there's anybody on that I follow at the moment. And thank you. There's not a lot going on right now. I think I'll just call it there. You guys find something else to do. And thanks for the follow, feats. Hope to see you again.